On July 23rd. We have a full council minus Councilman Dick Hetzel, who is ill. He will not be here tonight. Can I get a motion to excuse Dick Hetzel?
Make a motion to excuse Colonel Hetzel.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, 6-0. Peggy. Councilman Hicks, will you please lead us in the invocation?
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Thank you for allowing us to meet today to make decisions for our city and the citizens that live here within Cibolo. Just watch over our first responders, watch over our military personnel, watch over those who run for office. Let those families be protected. Prayers out to the Capricorni family as he was lost a week ago Saturday. Prayers for his family and healing. And just let us make good decisions on your behalf. These things we pray. Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I honor the Texas flag.
All right, next up is item number 5, citizens to be heard. This is the only time during the council meeting that a citizen can address the city council. It is the opportunity for visitors and guests to address the city council on any issue to include agenda items. All visitors wishing to speak must fill out the sign-in roster prior to the start of the meeting. The city council may not deliberate on any non-agenda issue, nor may any action be taken on any non-agenda issue at this time. However, the City Council may present any factual response to items brought up by citizens. Attorney General Opinion, JC 0169, limit of 3 minutes each. All remarks shall be addressed to the Council as a body. Remarks may also be addressed to any individual member of the Council, so long as the remarks are about matters of local public concern and not disruptive to the meeting or threatening to the member or any attendee. Any person violating this policy may be requested to leave the meeting, but no person may be requested to leave or forced to leave the meeting because of the viewpoint expressed. This meeting is live streamed. If anyone would like to make comments on any matter regarding the city of Cibolo or on an agenda item and have the item read at the meeting, please email psimics@cibolotx.gov and vchapman@cibolotx.gov or call 210-566-6111 before 5 p.m. the date of the meeting. We have 3 people signed up to speak tonight. We'll start with Judy Womack. Welcome, Judy.
It is unique. There's not one like it in Texas, and it needs a sign, okay? That is, get ready, the outhouse behind, you got a picture right there, behind our city annex. And you say, the woman's lost her mind. It is so unique. I cannot find one like it in the state of Texas, or I'm not sure any other state. They were all torn down. Ours is a 5-seater. Woo! Most of them are not that big, and most of them have been torn down. You say, who wants them? All of the outdoor museums want them, and they will pay bucks. We're not going to sell it, but they will pay to buy one. LSU has a gorgeous outdoor museum with an outbuilding. Austin has an outdoor building in their museum. Plano, they all do, because they are so unique and because our modern kids know nothing about them. They're a part of our history. All right, ours, I said, I cannot find one like it anywhere. You say, well, nobody wants them. Last year, a very small outbuilding went on sale, and within 24 hours, somebody paid $6,000 for it. An outdoor museum did, and the price to move it, because they want the authentic buildings. They don't. You can buy a kit. I didn't know that, but you can buy a kit at Home Depot or somewhere and make your own. But they want the authentic building. Ours is unique, and we need to have a sign and a marker showing that it's over 100 years old. You say, who cares? Here's the example. You remember when Lower Valley School, nod your head, was moved over to Northeast and it was going to be made into a museum? Was going to have people dressed in costume. It was going to be great. The next administration came in and said, it's ugly, we don't have any money, and they tore it down. Now, that's what happens. That's what happens if you don't mark them the best you can. This just gives us a little time, and you say, well, it's not that important. Yes, it is. It's an important part of our history like everything else is. When you show it to your children or your grandchildren, they go, ooh, and then you explain to them what it was. Now, I'm older than anybody here, but we had indoor plumbing at my house. But one summer, my mother volunteered to go somewhere where they didn't have indoor plumbing. I was so excited when we got to go back home because it was not fun at all to dodge the bees and the wasps along with everything else. That building needs to be marked with a sign, and we need to show its history and the fact that it's 100 years old. It was a part of Cibolo Church, and it was necessary at that particular time. People sometimes, get ready for this, they have a festival of outhouses in some little town in Kansas, and they've been having it for 25 years, and people drive from everywhere to that little town to see what they've put together for this festival of outhouses. They make a lot of money besides. It's just important to us. We need to mark it with a sign. Now it's just there. Now you have a picture up there. Somebody stuck some 1950s chairs in there, a few of them. They need to be taken out. And then there's part of a bicycle that somebody put in there too. Doesn't need plumbing, no. Doesn't need electricity, doesn't need paint, just needs a good sign, okay? That's what we need, and that's what I'm expecting you to do for me. Any questions about it, anybody?
Okay, Councilman Hicks, go ahead.
Would you be willing, you and the Historic Committee?
Okay, you're gonna have, I'm having a hard time hearing tonight.
Would you and the Historic Committee be willing to take on this endeavor to go to the state of Texas, just like I think we've got one here at the Lutheran Church across the street, and see about getting that marked as a historic marker?
We could go that route.
Thank
We
you.
could go that route, yeah. There's a lot of ways we can do it as long as we mark it and don't forget it. It's too important. You cannot let things go and then later, like they did with the Lower Valley School, and then say, oh my goodness, why didn't we help out? Why didn't we think about it? It was there one day, the next day it was gone. Right. And people said, we would have helped, we would have done so-and-so, and they didn't know.
Okay.
So we've got to keep, and like I say, this is truly, truly unique. There's not one like it anywhere that I can find online. So I'm thinking it's one of the last, if not the very last, okay? So that's why we need a sign to mark it for us, okay? Any
Thank you,
other
Judy.
questions?
So yes, once you get that done through the Historic Committee, just bring us, the recommendation from the Historic Committee, and then we'll take a look at it and then decide, what action to take next. So thank you, Judy. I appreciate it.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next up is Maggie. Come on up, Maggie. Welcome.
Wow, I have to follow Judy. This is going to be rough. I'm not going to be as entertaining. Good evening, Council. Just a couple quick items. Tomorrow, we have a ribbon cutting for Fluff Butts, new Cibolo business. I just like saying that name, Fluff Butts, 4 p.m. And then also on the 26th on Friday, another Cibolo business, Cibolo Modern Dentistry, and that's at 2 p.m. So if any of you all are able to, in your schedule, free yourselves up and come out, they would be thrilled. Just thank you for coming out to Smoothie Kings. They were so thrilled. Anytime city council shows up, city government, but they in particular really, really appreciated it, emailed us, talked to us. So thank you all so much for your support. Your businesses so appreciate that. And the last thing is our fundraiser, our annual fundraiser, the Chamber Bowl, August 16th. It's going to benefit the programs of DECA for Steele and Clemens High Schools. And so our goal is $10,000 per school. That's what we want to be able to raise, and I think we can do it. But that is the 16th. And any more information about upcoming events, just go to thechamber.info. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Go ahead, Joel.
When is the modern dentistry,
The 26th, this Friday at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thanks again, Maggie. And stick around. We've got you on the agenda here coming up after this. Okay. Next up is Dr. Phyllis Burgess? Burgess, I'm sorry. Welcome, Dr. Burgess.
Hello, and first thing I want to do is say thank you to all of you for the job that each of you do in the place that you serve. Mine is really short. I'm here about the Green Belt in Saddle Creek. That's where I live. It's really in bad need of mowing. You used to come and do it every so often, but you don't anymore. And there's homes there with children, little children in these homes, and one almost got bit by a snake once. So it's really, really overgrown. So it's between phase 1 and 2 of Saddle Creek. And that's my request, that it be mowed.
All right, that's it? Okay, thank you. Hold on one second. If you don't mind, stick around. Councilwoman Cunningham has a factual response.
I've actually been working with your HOA on
Okay.
that. They're working on improving it. So the Greenbelt is owned by your HOA. The developer turns over that property to the HOA as part of the amenities,
Okay.
but then they leave your HOA with having to maintain it. So the city has mowed it in the past, but it is not the city's responsibility to mow it. It is the HOA's responsibility to maintain. They're working on connecting, I don't know if you've walked out there, they have gravel paths that washed away in the recent rain, but they're connecting the concrete walkway that's between phase 1 and the newer phase. They're connecting that with a gravel path to one of the ponds that the city did help clear out, so that now the pond is accessible, but they're working on fixing that gravel path because within a month it was gone. So I know that it's your two of your HOA board members are working very closely with that developer, but I'll follow up with them about the mowing and see if there's something that we can get more details about what the issues
So are
are
you
with getting it
speaking of the
done.
entire area? I'm speaking from 1103 backwards. So that's what you're
Yes,
telling me
ma'am.
now,
Yes, ma'am, and
HOA
the
now.
green space for Saddle Creek Ranch actually goes from 1103 all the way back through the new phase. 'Cause They
Okay.
just turned over that other part, and it's all floodplain. So there's not that's why the developer turns it over to the HOA, because they can't build on it. But then the HOA is left having to maintain that. So I will reach back out to the HOA board members and see if they're running into difficulty. Last I spoke with them, they had a plan, but that could have changed. So I'll check with them.
Well, my apologies, and I will
No, no
definitely, I will
problem.
check with them too, because I was under the impression it still belonged to the city. When I asked about it, they told me it still belonged to the city. That's why I came here,
They
so.
always do that.
But yeah, but now that I know, I would be in on it
Yes,
too.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, next up, we're going to jump on down to 9A, and we're going to start there. So the first item on 9A, or on section 9, discussion action regarding an agreement of the Cibolo EDC and the Chamber, Schertz, Cibolo, Selma area for the 2025 Business Directory. And I know this has Kelsey Lee on here, and she is absent today. So, Mr. Reed, who's going to fill in for Kelsey on this one? You?
I'll just introduce Maggie Titterington, who you all know. The reason this is in front of you is that in the past, this has cost $10,000. It's going up to $11,000. And for that reason, we wanted to bring this in front of you. Maggie will be more than capable of explaining why the Chamber's having an increase in cost.
Okay.
And we're asking for council's approval of this to proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. Welcome back, Maggie.
Hello.
All right.
So yes, we have been doing this for 8 years for Cibolo, each year increasing in the pages. And actually around the time of COVID, we had a massive increase in the cost of producing this, but we didn't want to pass it on immediately. We wanted to see how much of it we could absorb and also hoping for the cost to go down. But we're at the point now that we simply had to, all across the board for all 3 cities, to pass on a little bit of a cost. I presented this to the EDC board, and they really seem to continue to like the content. They like the way that we've expanded. Now we're at 11 and a half pages. I don't see it expanding more than that unless you all wish it to include more content. But also with a thanks to Judy, part of that expansion was history of Cibolo. So not only do we have the demographics, we have some history, we have city council information, and of course we include all the businesses of Cibolo, whether they're members or not. So I think you have the same paperwork that I presented at EDC, has, the history of it, the recap, the impressions. We're really excited that we just recently got issue, and we use that as our digital platform for the magazine, so we can actually weigh the content of, is somebody actually even clicking on the Cibolo pages? Are they clicking onto the websites? Because we've also paid for getting the websites enacted, so when they go to the direct companies and click it, it measures it and it tells us who's being looked at, who's being seen, and things like that. So it's all relatively new, but I included some of the current stats from January to June on that, so you could see how it's working, the issue. And then other than that, I included some 2023 statistics, our analytics of just tying in all the information with visibility that has increased year after year for Cibolo, with us not only expanding your directory presence, but just getting it out there to everybody. We direct mail this to the citizens of Schertz and Selma. Cibolo keeps 1,000 copies and hands them out themselves to Cibolo residents. It's online, it's at Randolph, and all of our chamber members, 638, get it mailed to them, and then the hotels carry it. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Maggie. All right, so is there anybody, well, go ahead, Joel. I think you had a question, right?
I did. This is great. I'd see that the EDC, it's going to come out of the EDC's budget, which is smart. That's probably where it should be coming out of, since it has to do with businesses. We've got a local mayor that has his own print company. Did we reach out to him and see what his cost would be?
We are using a member business. They have a contract with us for 3 years, Mad Women Marketing.
Okay.
And they use a local publisher as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we do everything in-house, from the articles to the publishing, everything. We only use chamber members.
Is he back up and running after that fire?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions from council? All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve 9A as written.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Councilman Hicks, a second by Councilwoman Cunningham. Okay, all right, let's vote on our screens. Is the functionality not working?
It's not popping up. I guess we'll do
Okay, we're going to do a roll call.
Vote.
Yeah, we'll do a roll call, starting with Councilman Hicks.
aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 6-0. Thank you very much, Maggie. Appreciate it. All right, next up is 9B, discussion action on the Cibolo Police Department School Resource Officers SRO program and a proposed SRO interlocal cooperation agreement. Mr. Reed and Mr. Hyde. We'll go with George Hyde. Welcome, George.
Subcommittee and the select city staff met with the city administration, the school district administration, and during that meeting, they appeared to come to a reasonable consensus with regards to the scope and the allocation of costs associated with the school resource officer position. From that day forward, which was just last Thursday, the council for the school district and myself have been working on a contract which met those provisions. I've further went and provided the draft agreement to staff and to the subcommittee for feedback, and based on the feedback received, I put together the agreement now, which has been approved by the ISD administration. It's on their agenda tonight to be approved, and I have it here. I realize that this was not provided before now because of the timing associated with the review. However, I'm willing to go through, review every paragraph with you if that's what the county or the city council wants, or alternatively, whatever you see fit with the part of the agreement. Our agreement was to get extended until today. So this is, unless we ask for another extension out of time, today was our deadline.
Thank you, George. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate you and Mr. Reed and the rest of city staff for working together on this, and Mr. Huggins for working on this important agreement with the school district. I know that we've kicked the can down the road quite a bit, and so I think it is time, like you said, to get to the bottom of this agreement. And I also wanted to thank the subcommittee for their work, putting together the hours. I believe there was a meeting was it Thursday or Friday that was held last Thursday. So thank you to Councilwoman Cunningham and Councilman Benson for taking the time off of work to show up at this meeting and negotiate an agreement with the school district. Go ahead, George.
I wanted to point out that Councilmember Benson Cunningham also provided great input with regards to how to achieve the result that the city is looking for. So I just want the subcommittee members took an active role in the discussion, and we are better for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't say enough about the contributions of the subcommittee and to get us from a place where it wasn't looking very likely that a deal would come about, to where we are today. Thank you again to the subcommittee for taking the time. Councilwoman Cunningham, go ahead.
Sure. I just wanted to touch on a few of the questions that were asked by Councilman Benson and myself while we were there, because I know everyone else is probably curious about the same things. So we were originally presented a budget that was the district covering 83%. It was a 10-month budget, so they were covering 10 months. We would be covering 2 months. What that boiled down to was that the city would have 43 working days for these officers, which is about 13 shifts, and that's not super usable for the city to have to try to find somewhere to plug these officers in during those 13 shifts. It's a short amount of time. If they have training or anything, it kind of cuts into that too. So we proposed, instead of the overtime that was budgeted in the budget, doing a comp time instead, where the comp time would be applied during the summertime. So the officer would be operating on something similar to a teacher contract, where the teachers work more than 40 hours a week during the school year, and then they get that extra time off in the summer, but they still get paid that whole time. So that's what the budget is reflecting now. Some of the other things that were mentioned, Mr. Hyde brought up our dispatch services. Our dispatch services are being increased by about $400,000. Dispatch includes, in our discussion, the dispatch includes not just calls, but also radio calls and things like that. And so the district was agreeable to us providing an invoice for the services that are relevant to the district, and they would reimburse us for those costs. So that would be reimbursable at the end of each quarter. We also discussed, Chief Andrus brought it up, that we would hire the SROs once our patrol is full. We have vacancies in patrol right now, and it doesn't make sense to pull more people off of the street to put into the schools when we need officers on the street as well. So they would hire the SROs once patrol is full. There was discussion about, we've had discussions here about how are we going to fill our police officer spots? How are we going to get these officers fresh out of the academy? We need to sponsor officers going through the academy. And the school district said that if those officers become SROs or are assigned as an SRO, that they would be willing to reimburse us for those costs as well as the 12-week training time that they have once they're with the city after they've graduated. So the overall conversation was basically the district will reimburse us for anything that we can prove is directly related to the schools. Yes. So if it's something that the SRO needs, or there's something that goes along with us providing that program in the schools, as long as we can justify that it belongs to the school and it's as a result of this contract, we wouldn't be doing it otherwise, then we can file for that reimbursement. The reimbursement and the dispatch services and things like that are not a part of this budget in here. This budget is strictly for the salaries and the officers and the 2 sergeants. But the reimbursement is a piece of the contract itself, where it says that we can request reimbursement for services that are directly applicable to the services rendered. One thing that I do not see that I did ask about, or I guess 2 things I don't see, is we discussed having a job description that was specific to the SROs that would detail their duties, as well as a calendar kind of showing the general time frame of when they would be in the schools working, when they would need to take their comp time, when they would be doing their training, things like that. We had talked about that during the meeting, and I said that council would likely want to see that, need to see that in order to move forward with that, because we need to know what the SROs are going to be, what they're going to be doing, and they need to know what they're going to be doing. It's real hard to hire someone for a position if they don't understand that they get comp time instead of overtime, and they'll get the summer off, but they've got to wait for that time to come back. So those are 2 things that I do not see currently that I do need to see.
Is there any comment on that, George?
Yes, Mayor. So the circumstances were that we would be adopting policies, bring back to the city council policies, since we have control over the attendance and the work days of our employees. And those policies would first create the compensable time bank for the officers that work SRO. It's also interesting for police officers because if they have a significant period of time that they're not, 4 to 6 weeks that they're not working, they can work a lot more off-duty work and significantly increase their pay that way as well. So, but we wanted to work that out if the agreement was approved, and we can do that relatively quickly. The issue with regards to the days, the school district sets its calendar every year, and so it would be something that we would do on an annual basis. To bring that to the city council so that you can see what their schedule is and when our officers are going to be used. There are 2 officers in the agreement currently that are 100% full-time. They're not coming back. They work over the summers for the summer school. They'll patrol the schools to make sure they're not vandalized during the summer period and generally protect that infrastructure. So those were the anticipated methods that we discussed as staff to fulfill your requests.
If I could add, Ms. Cunningham and Mayor and Council, Chief Andres will work with Veronica Sanchez to bring to you a revised SRO job description that achieves what you described to us so that it's very clear when we're recruiting for them that it is the intent that there's comp time taken for any ISD-related work. We can bring that to you. If not at the August 13th, I'm looking at Veronica Sanchez right now, it would be the August 27th. But you would be able to see that so that you can approve that job description because it is so closely related to an ILA that's acceptable to you.
And if you will, I think, Councilman Cunningham, it's going to be important for us to have gotten to the agreement because one of the things that I've already talked to staff about is we're going to have to create a standard operating procedure for that area. So I've already pulled one up. I've got some familiarity with them, but it would have been premature for us to work with that without seeing the final agreement because this is going to be important so the officers know how they are going to be managed and signed up with this program. Now that we have this, we'll pull forward and get something to council.
Thank you, Chief, and also thank you for your efforts in getting this agreement to the state it's at today. So thank you very much, Chief. I'll turn it over to Councilman Hicks. Go ahead.
I just want to double down on that. Do the 5 officers that we currently have understand the change in what's going to happen? I know that you're saying you had to wait for this, but obviously you were in that meeting with the 2 council members and the rest of the staff, and they were agreeable to it. Are they going to be aware that they're basically going to be like a school teacher, and that's going to be basically their schedule?
Yeah, we will 100%, now that we have this, bring this to the officers. I've already been in conversations with the sergeant on part of this program. Again, I didn't want to get premature and provide information if certain things changed. But we are going to provide them with what that standard operating procedure is so they know the position that they're signing up and the requirements that comes along with it.
Okay, I just want them to be clear, because if they want to get out and have somebody else go, then this is the perfect timing. But I want them to understand and be aware that this is what council's agreed upon, or not yet, but once we agree upon this, I think you've got council's support on this. But once they agree upon it, but I just want those officers to be aware that there's going to be changes to that program.
Absolutely.
And I've already talked to Mr. Hyde about this. I want to be very clear that those 5 will stay in the SRO, but before the school gets any more SROs, we've got to have a full, you're wanting 5 more police officers to geographic policing. We've got to have the 4 that we're missing. We've got to have the 5 added. Then once we have those 9, that 10th officer, if he wants to come on as a SRO, then he can go through the program, or he can come on as patrol, and one of those 9 that are already there, or, the 20 patrol officers we have now, if they want to move over, then they can. But we've got to make sure that our streets and our city is protected. It's not going to be, well, this, and so we kind of did. I don't want any of that. I want them to understand, once we have the 9 positions filled, that 10th position, that's when we can start sending another one to the school.
Understood.
I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you, Joel. T.G. Benson, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to thank Ms. Cunningham. I appreciated being in that meeting with her. She was very valuable in that, so thank you for taking your time to be there. That was awesome. We did clean up something that had concerned me, the ability for the superintendent to just decide they didn't want an SRO on a certain campus is better, I think, today. The language I saw today, finally, it wasn't very clear last night, and I think I sent something else, and so it's better today. I think it's manageable. Now, I think what we talked about in the meeting, and I want to have this discussion in open real quick just to see why it didn't come out that way, was more of if an officer has under there's some sort of set of laws in Texas saying, hey, this is a disciplinary format. If somebody's under that, then that's when the chief would handle that and remove them without necessarily the superintendent getting involved. And there was a little bit better discussion with a better terminology, but it still kind of concerns me that we could have an officer doing a bang-up job actually enforcing law, which is the 5th item listed as their role in this, which I also would really like to see that to be the first item. But as it sits down at the 5th position, which is really why they're there, is to be law enforcement officers, then all of the discipline and should come through that form, not from, hey, they're enforcing the law too well here and it's causing me problems, so get them off the campus. We had that discussion, and the superintendent and the school district seems to be totally fine with that. The language is better. It's probably going to work, but we had discussed having, I don't know what you want to call it, Mr. Hyde, the rules of how an officer would be disciplined or brought through that process, and when that would be done, you called them chapter whatever, something or another's. I would feel more comfortable with that, because then it's really clear how that officer is being removed from the campus. It's because they have some issue going on that is in violation or potential violation of their licensure, not because, well, we've gotten enough complaints or whatever. I mean, if there's enough complaints, then there should be an investigation. It should be going through whatever that verbiage you said. So I would like to see that. I think it's a much better fix, but I don't think it's a showstopper today. I just think it's something that we probably should have, that's what we agreed to in the meeting, and that's what I expected to see. A couple other things that I sent last night, there's, and I don't mean to pick at this thing, but the idea is that in the meeting we discussed this was going to be the contract. It probably should stay pretty much the same for a good bit of time. It would be reviewed annually, but it would probably stay much the same. What would change is how much things are costing. The Appendix A would be the cost shift. So because this seems like it's going to be more of a long-term document, I had a couple of questions on discipline. This is one of those key problems where, you're a law enforcement officer and you're supposed to be enforcing the law, but you have to answer to the principal and you have to answer to children, and all of those kinds of things are murky, and I'm not sure how the law goes, but one of them is in 3.9b, it says, make reasonable efforts to notify the student's parents. My question back to the attorney would be, if some kid was, I don't know, throwing eggs at somebody's house and a police officer drove by and picked them up for vandalism, I mean, I don't know that you get arrested for vandalism, fighting, I don't know, and you pick them up, would they make every opportunity to notify the parent, or would they put them in the back of the car and take them to Guadalupe County? So those are the things I don't know, but I think that should be the same whether they're in school or whether they're not. And if it is different because the Texas Education Association says it has to be different, then I'm okay with that. But I don't want unclear things in a contract that intends to last a long time. So that's 3.9b. It's not again, that's not a game stopper for me today, but I think we really ought to have these conversations to what really is required versus what may look like we're tilting the case for one, for playing law enforcement officer in a school. It needs to be a law enforcement officer first, not what is the school's preference. If that's the law, then that's fine. 5.2 is still,
I'm not sure I understand what 5.2 says, because I think that we talked about getting rid of, let me read it, because I'm getting it sort of cold. I think I read it last night and made comments, but it didn't change, so I don't know why, and that's fine, maybe my comment's invalid, but I just need to know why. It says, SCUCISD will be responsible to the city for any actual, oh, never mind, that's not the right one. Sorry. 5.9, at its own cost, at its own cost, city will furnish the SROs with all this equipment. It seems to me that if we have a Schedule A saying this is the cost of the SRO, then why is this? I mean, I could see the city procuring the firearm for the SRO and the ballistic vest but this just seems to be contrary to what the Schedule A says, because the Schedule A says you're going to cover all these costs, and then you say, at its own cost, city will furnish all this stuff. Maybe the city's going to furnish it because that's who's going to buy it, but it's not at our cost. We're being reimbursed for that cost. So this is unclear language in a contract to me. That somebody could come back later and say, no, you're supposed to outfit the SRO. Well, no, so I just don't like that. I think that maybe that works, but just the way I read it doesn't work too well for me. And then 7.1, and I'll stop. I'm sure there's more. But 7.1, we had a very specific conversation about this, and I don't like this at all. It says this agreement will automatically annually renew on September 1st of each year for additional 12-month periods. And I think, honestly, this is kind of one of the things that, this has gone on for 14 years. I'm not trying to throw a lot of shade because most of us weren't here, but in a lot of the conversations building up this, we didn't even have signed copies of this thing. So I don't want an automatic renewal. I think in renewal means that it comes before us, and it comes before their board, and it comes before this council, and you renew it. And if for some reason somebody doesn't want to renew it, then they can state reasons or get out based on the get out clauses that are in here. But the automatic renewal puts this thing back on autopilot, where for 14 years nobody really knows what's going on, costs skyrocket, nobody's paying attention, and I think this is just a bad way to do this. Now, it may be standard, but clearly the way this has been run has not been standard, and at least until we get better at doing this, this should not automatically renew. This should be back in front of council in July or August of every year saying, are we still on board for this? And it should be in front of their board of trustees in July or August every year saying, are we still on board with this? Things change, lots of things change, and I just think that we owe it to the taxpayers, we owe it to the students, we owe it to the teachers, we owe it to everybody, the police officers that we're going to hire under specific job descriptions of SROs to actually redo this every year rather than auto-renewing it, putting it on autopilot, and then forgetting about it. So those are my comments.
Well, Mr. Benson, but I could be wrong, and this could be something. The initial term of this agreement will be from September upon ratification by approval of both parties, and will continue through August 31st unless terminated earlier. The way I read that, and maybe I'm wrong, is that it's going to have to come before us every year for us to.
That's what it says there, but then further on down it says this agreement will automatically annually renew on September 1st as each for an additional period of 12 months unless either party notifies the other of a proposed notification 90 days prior to the renewal date.
Good.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, George.
So the first one was 614 of the government code. What that requires is a written statement and the documentation requirement that satisfies 614. With regards to this last provision, the central part of this, which was the requirement, designated representatives of each party shall is mandatory, must have to meet in the month of March of each subsequent year to confer upon modifications necessary to this agreement and its attachment A. So that's when it's going to have to come up. That's when you're in breach of contract that occurs. Also, I'd like you to look at the section 9.3, which was never in there, that was required in chapter 791. It says this agreement must be authorized by the governing body of each party to the contract. So it's another reminder for those people in the future, if all of us are not here, that this is something that has to go to the governing body. It's not something that doesn't.
So do you even need the statement, this agreement will automatically renew?
And so if you meet in March, it will automatically renew.
But
If
you've-
there's any concern in March, because chapter 791 allows annual renewals only. And so that's what this was set up with, consistent with 791.
I guess for me, and this is probably beyond what I'm getting into, but if this council and their board authorizes it per 9.3 in March or whatever month has been designated, then you're not automatically renewing it. You're actually renewing it by a vote to renew it, I assume. And if that's the case, then why would you ever automatically renew? What's that?
Well, I set it up, actually, that
If you just put annual,
you can
it's automatic, I'd be fine with that.
either party can terminate this contract if it is in place with 90 days notice.
Yeah, I think maybe just removing automatic, right? An annual renewal, unless there's some reason it has to be there.
Yeah, just.
I don't like the word automatic, because
Okay.
that, we've been on automatic for a while.
Okay, so we're going to strike the word automatic. The rest is good. Okay.
Well, if you strike that and the board tonight also doesn't strike it, then we don't have a contract with regard to that term. And so, because they're looking at the exact same contract.
Okay, well, then maybe can we go back and discuss that and try to get that cleaned up? Because, I mean, it seems odd to me that you would make everybody meet and approve it, which that part is not odd. Let me restate. I think it's completely appropriate that both boards, our council and their board, meet every year and agree to continue to do this or agree not to continue to do this, whatever's in their best interest or ours. But then that part of an annual agreement is already being met in 9.3. To say it's automatically going to renew, I am just worried, and I have watched it now happen for the last 14 years. I didn't know, I wasn't watching it, but I've found over the past 14 years, that's what's happened. And it's turned into a bit of a disaster because everybody was just walking up with a piece of paper and saying, hey, we still good with the program? Yep. And it was essentially an automatic renewal. Nobody was looking at it, nobody was paying attention to it, and I think that is not useful for our council or their board.
Councilmember Benson, if you look at 7.1 and 7.2 together, at any time, at whatever time period, whether you just renewed this yesterday, you can terminate it in 90 days.
Correct.
Period. So it really doesn't matter. Because if you let it renew,
Right.
the same amount of time, you have to give the other party notice to terminate.
And you're making my point better than I am. Then there's no point of having an automatic renewal. If anybody can get out within 90 days and you have to annually review it, then there should be no clause for an automatic renewal. Because it has to be renewed per the boards in 9.3, and you can get out of it per 7.1 and 7.2. So why would there be any clause for an automatic renewal of this? Unless that means something different to the law than to what I know, which is just English language, meaning automatically, which means doing nothing, it will just happen, and renewal means continues on. So I'm just confused. If 9.3 lay out a specific point of saying you have to meet and approve this, and 7.1 and 7.2 tell you you can get out for whatever reason or no reason at all, then why would there be a clause saying it will automatically renew? It can't automatically renew.
So it doesn't have to come back to the city council and take the city council's time. If the city council has reviewed it in March and has found that they have no desire to do so, if there's any amendment to it, including the monetary amendment, it has to come back to the city council. So every year, if you just put a 3% adjustment into it, it has to come back to the city council. It would only be under the same terms and same conditions that it would not come to the city council. But that would be after the March provision. And in this last year, what we got stuck with, and because it wasn't being watched with regard to the time period, if you recall, there had to be a 180-day notice. Otherwise, you were in for the whole next year. And so that means that you had to make a decision that basically covered a year and a half of expenses before you could get out of that contract. And we didn't make that requirement, so we had to fall back on substantial compliance in order to try to avoid any type of contractual obligation to do so should the council not want to do it. Now, you don't have that obligation for 18 months. You have an obligation that rolls for 90 days. At any time the city council wants to get out of this or has a concern with it, they pull the 90-day trigger regardless of when it renews. And so once you get into it, you still have that over and over again.
Okay, so
Well, I think it needs to be addressed every year, period, because the cost of living, everything continually goes up. I mean, look at what's happened so far over the last year. We've all seen the cost has gone up, and with it going up, we've had to go to the school and said, hey, our costs have gone up. We need to make it right.
what does
Okay,
a
hold
March meeting look like? I guess maybe you need to explain to me what your vision of a March meeting at the Board of Trustees and a March meeting at the City Council looks like in reviewing this contract.
To add to that, Mr. Benson, I was reading the words, it says designated representatives. I didn't think that to be the Board of Trustees or even council. I read that to be possibly staff on each side. So I think that also needs to be further clarified. Are we going to be notified of the meeting in March? Because I don't know if we've been notified up to this point, but yes, sir. Mr. Reed?
I don't mean to interrupt you after you're done.
Okay.
No, yes, I just wanted to add to his question is, could you define designated representatives?
George, if I could, before you speak, counsel, some of these nuances that you would like us to work through, and it's possible that we can't remove some of these words tonight, we'll follow up with the city policy, which you will adopt, that clarifies the annual renewal process, that clarifies who are the representatives. And so by that city policy, I will be bound to ensure that every year concerning this ILA, that we are following that process. And so I understand there are some words that we would like to change, and if we can't change those tonight, possibly in another round of negotiations, we could make these small tweaks. But I want to assure you that we'll meet your expectations regarding this aspect or provision of the agreement or any others that come up tonight. We'll come back with the city council policy, which will direct me on how to conduct this ILA as far as what we're talking about right now, the annual renewal.
I think that's a great idea, Mr. Reed, to have a policy that will dictate this agreement as far as what we do in March and who the representatives are, and it'll answer all these questions that certain council members have. I now recognize Councilwoman Cunningham.
So I just want to clarify. So our term of the contract starts in September of every year. In March, designated people from both places, whether it's council, the board, or staff, or whoever's designated based on the city policy, will meet in March to discuss if any changes are needed. Any changes needed to the agreement wording, any changes needed to the budget, any changes needed to the SOP, or any kind of operating procedure. That will happen in March. That will have to come to council because any budget adjustments would need to come to council in the budget anyway. Council would review that, would work through the budget, would approve all of the changes, proposed changes to the ILA. And then after we approve it, it just means that September 1st, when September 1st rolls around, we've already done all of our changes, made all of our votes. We don't have to vote again to have that start on September 1st. We've made all of the adjustments and done the amendment beforehand. Is that accurate?
That's very accurate,
Okay.
Councilmember Cunningham. And Councilmember Sanchez-Stevens, to answer your question, is because this document is required by law to be approved by the City Council under the Equal Dignity Doctrine, in order to designate those representatives would be a council decision. And so the way it was written here, requiring the government body to approve it and having the designated representative indication in the document would require the city council to create. Now, we didn't limit that for the school district, because if they don't want the board to, we can't make the board come, right? So this way, if the board, if the next board decides to come, great. They have that opportunity. If the city council wants a subcommittee to go, that's great. But maybe next year, it's something you have a greater confidence in staff to be able to handle it and bring it to you. But whatever the city council decides is up to that council that year.
Okay. Thank you, George. Okay, and I'll recognize Councilman Hicks, and then Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens, and then Councilman Mahoney. We'll start with Hicks.
Mine's real quick because Ms. Cunningham got it answered. But whenever we bring this policy back, we approve this tonight, get this done, and we bring back the policies that the mayor brought up. Because Ms. Cunningham spoke exactly the way I was thinking in my head, so I'm glad that you did that. But as far as the mayor had mentioned bringing the policy back to change the different things that we need to be changed, designated person, you know, because it is a budget thing, and that's why it does need to be addressed in March, not in September, not in October. It does need to be addressed in March. But with that, when you bring those back, bring back the policy, bring back the SRO's description of their job, bring back exactly how we're going to do this, that they know that they're being paid like a school teacher. You know, this is their salary, and this is what they're going to get paid. And then also that other I talked, 9 positions will be filled. Once those 9 are filled, then we can start bringing more SROs on. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Hicks. Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens.
Yes, I know we've been discussing a lot about the budgets and everything else, a lot of the intricate details about the ILA, but first of all, I really do want to thank the school district for recognizing our circumstances as a city, that we do need more patrol officers because they did have the opportunity to request for more SROs. And the fact that our subcommittee went and spoke with them, I feel like on the other end of the conversation, they finally understood where our circumstances were. And at the same time, I know initially back in April when we brought this up, it was more of a need of, we need more patrol officers in our city, not realizing how that would impact, let's say, the SROs and their role in the schools. And we heard from our SROs just as well, and also from the community and what they feel they need from the SROs. So I feel like in this particular instance, we're satisfying the community needs as well as our city needs. And that's why it's so important to make sure that we have our patrol staffing at 100%, so that once we get that, we can then in turn invest back into our school districts. So I just wanted to say thank you for everyone involved to help make this go forward. I know it was very uncomfortable. I just want to also appreciate our police department for bearing through it. I know that was really tough, and we appreciate your confidence and your trust as we make these hard decisions just as well. And thank you for the patience of our city staff as we iron out a lot of these details. So I know it was a rough ride, but ultimately safety was our main concern as this body of council. And at the end of the day, despite all the details and the nitty-gritty things, I think combined with the school district and with council, that was the main goal, to keep our city safe, to add more patrol officers, and to also satisfy the need of the school district. So thank you to everyone. I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Councilman Mahoney.
Just a quick question or two. Mr. Hyde, did you say a minute ago, or did you imply that if we pass this resolution, then our next time to tweak any of the wording is March, next chance?
That is the normal schedule, Councilmember Mahoney. However, I believe that the relationship between the city and the ISD was open to discuss further amendments should there be amendments necessary. In our discussions, the ISD, I think aptly considered this the first year of a new age because of all the new laws. And so this is somewhat of an experiment this first year to see what works and see if there's other things that there are kinks that we need to work out as we go forward. So it's set up for March reviews because of budget time. And then if there's any other time period that you want resolved, you can put it on the agenda at any time, and we can make whatever proposal that the city council wants.
As you might imagine, with my background, I can think of a couple of tweaks I'd like to make, but there's nothing that's it's not a deal killer tonight. But I just wanted to know, do I need to just hang on to that until March?
I think, like what Mr. Reed was saying, when we come back with a policy, we could do that as soon as next month in August if you want to.
But still change this resolution perhaps. eventually also.
Eventually, yeah. Well, we can get the policy set up next month on an agenda item and then, have everything go into effect or, put paper to pen in March of next year, but get the policy taken care of while it's still fresh on our minds next month, in August. Okay. Councilman Roberts, do you have anything?
Good.
Okay. Anything else from you?
For their hard work.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
The motion needs to be
Done.
for the ILA,
Yes.
and to make the motion to make sure that the city manager is able to sign it.
Okay.
So the question is that whether a resolution was the form in which you were going to take action is not on the agenda. The subject matter is the only legally required portion on an agenda. Whether you're going to pass it by minute order, pass it by resolution, change the resolution that you're going to pass, et cetera, is not a requirement under the Texas Open Meetings Act. Therefore, our legal recommendation is to act on the resolution in that the resolution is partly required because of the Chapter 79 Interlocal Government Code requires a resolution to adopt it.
Okay, so just approve the resolution.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve a resolution that, to sign the SRO Interlocal Corporation Agreement as presented, with also direction to the city to provide an updated policy regarding, what do we call it?
Issues addressed here.
To address any of the issues brought up tonight, as well as a SOP and/or job description for the SROs from the police department, and a duties and calendar as discussed incorporated in that.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Is the computer working for this? Okay, all right. So please vote on your screens. We have 6-0. Thank you very much, council. All right, we're going to move on to 9K, discussion on the police department vehicles that are parked in the City Hall parking lot for the past couple months. Councilman Hicks.
I brought this up, and I know, I had put this on the agenda prior to Mr. Huggins sending out that email. But I just want to get some clarifications on that, is because they're sitting out there, and then you've got citizens that drive by and see a parking lot full of patrol cars sitting there, baking in the sun, knowing that they're supposed to be going on the streets. So I'm kind of concerned as to why we haven't been able to get those outfitted, because you've got 4 vehicles out there. These are the same vehicles. Why you can't take the 4 that are out there that I guess are retired, take them over to where we have them and get them outfitted, take the stuff off that vehicle and move them on. That'll get rid of 4 vehicles. That'll get rid of 8 vehicles, because 4 will be taken off patrol, and Enterprise can sell them, and we can put 4 new patrol cars back on the street.
Councilmember, I think you are spot on, and that was one of the first things we did when we started looking at the vehicles to see what we can use to save funding on the vehicles. Some of the challenges that we've had, some of the older vehicles that have left the fleet are not, they're much older vehicles. Some of them are 16s and 2017 models. They're not even made the same. So as we were getting the older vehicles, one of the things that slowed it up, and I think that's what Mr. Huggins talked about, was the fact that we had to wait to figure out what kind of cars we were getting. When we got those cars, we knew with some of the older models, we would have to order parts to get those replaced and put in. Some of the newer model vehicles, we thought it would be a one-for-one swap, but once we got in, we realized, in working with our vendor over at Far West, that we would have to order new consoles. Some of the things that we've worked with is with our IT director, Mr. Beekman, a lot of these things are on back order. And one of the challenges that we have in getting vehicles today is what vehicles you're going to get. We asked for Chevy Tahoes. We couldn't find any. We tried to get some of the Ford Explorers, and that took a while. So some of the delays before we could order parts, because we're stuck with it, right, is to figure out what vehicles you're going to get and then place the order. Many of those things are what has delayed this process. Trust me, I am not happy about the vehicles being there. We've had staff meetings with this. We met on Friday, walked the parking lot, went through this. Uh, it is not something that I want. I want those vehicles in service. But in working with our IT department, I have to work with them. They order the parts and they got them in, and it's on back order, which is hurting us right now. I can tell you this, we've sent some of the vehicles to Far West, right? We've had some things installed in them, but that slows their production down, right? For to get the vehicle and not be able to fully outfit it. So that was one of the challenges we had with them, was they were asking, hey, can you just, when you get everything, let's get it in. So some of those production issues is some of the reasons that we have them out there. Right now, for those vehicles, it was my expectation to have them in the service yesterday. But they are updating some computers. I am hopeful that 4 of them will be in service this week. We have 1 that should be ready to go tomorrow. We have another 3 that IT is working on getting those computers. It's just a computer thing, the software updated so those vehicles can go into service. And it's mainly going to be their radios. Right now, what we talked about in our meeting, we may have to have them just use their handhelds instead of the in-car radio, and we will work through that. But everything in just swapping some of our old products to new model vehicles, it's easier when you're talking about wiring. When we talk about stands and the things that we have to order, they're not a one-for-one swap.
I understand. I just, because whenever I get questioned,
It's a great
I'm
question.
very transparent. That's why I brought it to y'all. I wanted to put it on here so where the public can go back and look, and they don't have to hear it from me. They're hearing it from our chief of police, what the problem is. And so I appreciate y'all. I appreciate Mr. Huggins' email to us, but seriously, I put it on the agenda. 2-3 days later, it comes out. This email came out on the 16th, and I'd already put in a request to find out, because I'd been, when you get bugged by, every last one of us up here know, when you get bugged by the resident, it's not being bugged, it's being asked, hey, why do we have all these patrol cars out here in the parking lot? Why are they not being used? I've got to have an answer to get back to them. They're the ones that are paying for those.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
That's their car.
They have a right to know.
I need to find out why they're not being being utilized. So I appreciate it. Thank
Well, I
you.
will just say to council, we are saving funding. We're finding ways to swap out parts that we can, exterior parts. So this has been a process for us as we go through it. I think council knows we are now getting to the fleet where we're starting to swap some of our fleet out. So we're finding every way we can to save costs, and then other ways that we have to order parts, we're doing that as well. So we're trying to be judicious with the funds, but yes, those vehicles need to get in service.
Thank you, Chief. Now recognize Councilman Mahoney.
Just real quick, I wanted to say, Chief, that I have seen, I've forgotten exactly what street, but in San Antonio, there's a car dealership with about 15 of their fleet vehicles that have been sitting there at the dealership, waiting in this kind of a thing. And where I used to work, there were cars waiting, but they were stuck at a Dodge dealership. So we had the privilege of putting them out of view, and the citizens weren't calling so much. And I think that's the difference. This having vehicles in this holding pattern for parts and all that is not so unusual. It's just that ours are on public display, and it's making people say, what's up?
And I'll be totally honest with you, I felt being transparent as I talked to my boss. When we originally put them there, we thought it'd be a faster turnaround. But lo and behold, some of the parts that we're holding. So it wasn't ideal. I didn't want to go hide them from council, and you go like, where did they disappear? At the end of the day, we really don't want them to just sit there. But when we first got them, we actually thought these parts would get in a lot quicker than they did. So more to come.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, Councilman Roberts, go ahead.
Just real quick, have you attempted to source out anywhere else to get the equipment? I mean, SAPD doesn't seem to have trouble turning theirs. New Braunfels doesn't seem to have trouble turning theirs. And sometimes saving a dime, you're stepping over a dollar. I know there's a lot of great companies out in San Antonio, Southwest Public Service, that could possibly meet the needs and get our units up and going.
Yes, sir. We have a PDIT meeting once a month, and I'll talk with Director Beekman. But I do know that when talking with Tracy before, he was looking at some other options to try to get parts in. I can only tell you, just working with Enterprise and everyone else, it's really tough getting things for a PD fleet. That's not an excuse, but we will be better. Mr. Huggins already helped me to that accountability and trying to get vehicles, right? The right vehicles that we can get in. But we coming out of the COVID time, right? And when the vehicles we ordered and working with Enterprise, it was just that when I got here and we started going through those vehicles, we could not get certain vehicles. We couldn't even figure out what vehicles we were going to get. And so when we lucked up and got these Ford vehicles, we immediately started trying to get parts, and that's when we fell in line with other vendors.
But it's not the outfitter, it's actual IT trying to get the parts in from IT, correct?
Yeah, it's getting the parts from IT for those vehicles to be serviced, but the issue is we can't just order them, right? They're not universal.
Thank you, Chief.
You just said the enterprise, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is there a problem with enterprise, this rental agreement?
No, not at all. What I said was that we originally priced out to get Tahoes, and Enterprise, like with any vendor that they're dealing with dealers, that's what they initially tried to get. We couldn't get those. So they later came back and said, we'll be able to get you these Explorers. And it took time getting those. But it's not a problem with the vendor. Enterprise is getting cars. I mean, Enterprise is finding us cars here and everywhere else they can. But it's not like in talking with our Enterprise representative, they got 15 cars available right there. So she's been shopping and finding vehicles from a lot of different vendors across to get the vehicles to us. The problem is this, is ordering the vehicle and saying, hey, I'm going to get 7 Chevy Tahoes in 3 weeks. And then all of a sudden you put the order in, those are not available. Somebody else scooped them up, right? So now you're back to trying to get additional Tahoes, and then you fall off of that list. So it's like, hey, get us vehicles, we need them. So let's go with the Explorers, because at that point she was like, these will probably be much easier to get.
If I could add to what Chief Andres is saying, and I know that Mr. Huggins has even more knowledge than I do, but since COVID, the auto manufacturers have been unable to meet the demand of the public sector for our fleet vehicles at the pace that they used to. It's my understanding that they've reduced that production in favor of the consumer lines. And so there were years since I've been here that when we were ordering Fords, they said we won't even fill those requests. And so we had to shift to other manufacturers. So I just wanted to add to what Chief Andres was saying. It's not Enterprise. Enterprise is a bigger fish than we are. And so they've been able to get more vehicles than we would as a single entity. And Mr. Huggins may want to add to that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Reed. So you're correct. You know, you go back a couple of years ago, they were having chip shortages where they weren't able to get certain chips for the vehicles, right? Even if you bought a personal car, certain things in your car wouldn't work because they didn't have the chip for that. So that really delayed manufacturing certain vehicles. And then what the manufacturers realized was they could make more money on a top-of-the-line Tahoe to sell to the public than they can off a police Tahoe. So they switched some of their production to the civilian side and took it away from the police fleet side. And same thing with Ford. And so what we were seeing was we were placing the orders, Enterprise was placing the orders for us October, November timeframe. They put us on the list and said, okay, yeah, we got your order, you're good to go. Come January, March, April, we're like, we didn't get to your car, sorry. And we've closed the production line. So now we're sitting there with vehicles we ordered 6 months earlier with the dealerships getting information from the manufacturer, and the manufacturer saying, sorry, we closed the production line, we're not going to make them for you. So Enterprise was able to scramble and try to find us some vehicles that were already made that other places placed orders for and didn't purchase. And that's how we got some of the Tahoes a couple of years ago. And that's how we're getting some of these vehicles now. It's not that the Enterprise is not ordering them, it's that the manufacturers aren't following through with all their orders. They're only building so many vehicles, and if you're at the top of the list, maybe you get them. If you're at the bottom, maybe you don't. But the reality is if San Antonio is ordering 200 cars and we're ordering 4, San Antonio is going to get their 200 cars, and we're not going to get our 4. That's just the way this business works.
And I will say this. I mean, I don't know how many cities you're talking to, but I've talked to plenty of police chiefs. They're all having problems getting cars. We all are backlogged, and we're talking about neighboring jurisdictions. So it's an issue getting cars. I don't think it's who you're with. I think we've been lucky enough through Enterprise that they have an assortment of people that they go out to. But I think as Mr. Huggins say, you run into that. So that was the issue there, though, right? Attending to get the Tahoes and then having to switch to that delays us from being able to order anything to go inside those vehicles.
Understand, because I know that the company that we use, they're getting Tahoes in and they're getting them out because
Good.
they've got the stuff for that. But I guess ours, we're waiting on our guy here, our staff to get our IT stuff for
So
them.
to clarify that, Mr. Hicks, it's not our staff that's holding up the line, it's Havas
I know, it's,
building the actual stands and stuff. That's what's on back order.
right, got you. But I know that like Constable Faulkner, he ended up going with a Dodge because he was trying to get a Tahoe, He's like, hey, what do you got? Dodge, okay. And
Okay.
he just got it outfitted, so.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chief. All right, we're going to move on to 10A, approval, disapproval of an ordinance regarding a sign variance application for certain real property located at 961 Cibolo Valley Drive, legally described as Buffalo Heights Block 3, Lot 2, 1.059 acres. Ms. Huerta.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Planning and Zoning Commission made a recommendation of approval by a 6-0 vote. The owners are Monty Montgomery from P. Terry's, represented by Nikki Valencia with comment signs, located at 961 Cibolo Valley Drive, Council District 2, and its zoned retail office, C3, and general commercial C4. The applicant requested a comprehensive sign program in June of this year to allow additional wall signs for which the combined total square footage would exceed the maximum allowable square footage for a single commercial building fronting and other street type. Due to the applicant request being processed under an old address for the development of 180 Borgfeld Road, the city attorney advised us that the process would need to start again with the current correct address of 961 Cibolo Valley Drive to ensure compliance with public notices. Staff offered the applicant to apply for a sign variance instead of the comprehensive sign program to request an increase to the total number of square footage for a total of 160 square feet. The comprehensive sign program is the standard process for such requests. However, the variance request is an appropriate option and will also accomplish the outcome of allowing the signs with approval by council with a shorter time period than restarting the comprehensive sign program again. In early 2024, the City Council contracted with a new law firm for legal services. Following multiple discussions with city staff regarding the sign ordinance, we confirmed that the current staff's interpretation that the maximum square footage limit applies to the combined total number of signs, total of all signs rather than per facade, and is correct, and it has been interpreted and applied this way. Council has the option to approve the requested sign variance located at 961 Valley Drive, approve it with conditions, or deny with findings. And staff is available for any questions, and I know the applicant is also in the audience if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Does anyone on council have any questions about this variance for P. Terry's?
I do.
Go ahead.
It wasn't but a couple of months ago that we had people have to have their signs removed. And here we go, and if we were to pass this, we're gonna have some egg on our face, each and every one of us up here. And I'm gonna have a hard time passing this variance. You know, coming down Cibolo Valley Drive, you can see P. Terry's perfectly fine. Coming from Borgfeld, they've got the sign there at the entrance to their, coming the other direction. It's not like that nobody's not going to know where P. Terry's is. It's pretty obvious that that's what's on that corner. I just have a problem given a variance when we just had people remove their signs. And no shade here on our staff, because staff had made that mistake once before and allowed it to happen. So I have a hard time passing a variance. They're going to be, they're on the corner. Nobody can miss them.
Okay.
That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilman Hicks. Appreciate it. T.G. Benson.
Do we have a problem with the sign ordinance in the city of Cibolo? Yes. So, I mean, I think we've had this conversation several times. It's clearly too complicated. We've gone from a comprehensive sign program to, let's just throw a variance at it, because we don't want to go back and do what's required. We'll just have council do whatever they want and make it work. At the top end of this, we have a real problem, because either it's too complicated or it's just not being, it's too hard to follow somehow. For whatever reason, it's too hard to follow. So irrespective of P. Terry's in this application, this is continuing to be a problem. And at some point, like maybe next meeting, let's start having a serious discussion about what we're going to do with the sign ordinance in this town, because it's getting to be that every time somebody comes in and does a business, we've got to do a variance on their signs.
Well, TG, don't we have an ordinance review committee? Why not bring it up there and tackle it?
If I may?
I think we've made that suggestion. I just don't know that we've ever got there.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
We've actually redrafted the sign ordinance, and it's going to go before the committee for the express purpose of clarifying it, because it is unclear. And I think it's too complicated for basically everybody who reviews it. And so we've already prepared that draft, and it's going to go through the sign committee and come to you guys for review so that you can raise any concerns that you have remaining for any ambiguities or any problems that you think it might still have.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, part of this is a more fundamental discussion of what's the right thing versus what can we get away with legally. We have a comprehensive sign program that we've scrapped because we made a mistake. Is that the right thing to do? Well, maybe it's not, but we found a legal expedient way to get around it, which sends it right back into our lap to create a variance to an ordinance, right? I hate operating in variances, because every time we do, we're picking winners and losers. People that are okay, yeah, we'll cut you some slack, but over here, no. And then the questions are, why are you cutting this person slack but not this person? And no matter how you try to justify it, in the end, somebody feels slighted. If the law is clear and the rules are clear, then no one has to worry about, well, what is council going to do? Well, they're going to follow the rule. If the rule can be varied and just whatever we feel like today, 7 of us feel like today, then as another business owner, you kind of feel, or a homeowner or whatever, you kind of feel like you're getting gypped if you're not the one that gets the good result. And so I hate operating in this variant stuff. We need to get this thing fixed. I'm with Mr. Hicks. I mean, we've had this discussion multiple times. They keep coming up. This has to get fixed ASAP. I'm glad to hear there's something in play. We also need to fix these mistakes, right? We're here tonight because, well, I don't know if the comprehensive sign package would have caused the same problems, but we're here tonight because, and doing a variance because we didn't post it right, right? That is step 1 of the process. Post these things right. Again, it's back to what's fair to everybody else. My item didn't get posted right, and I got pushed back. These are actual things that I remember from sitting on this dais where people didn't get something posted right, and we pushed their date back and made them do it right. But not this case. This case, we come up with a way around it, we'll create a variance, and we'll bypass our rules. I'm just not for it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I agree that we do need to make some changes to the comprehensive sign program. And I think that that's not P. Terry's fault. They didn't create our comprehensive sign program. You know, the authors of that particular program created this problem. So I do think it is on us to fix our variance and our standards for signage throughout the city of Cibolo. I did not agree with forcing these businesses to tear down their signs, you know, for the businesses that are near Walmart. I thought that was a bad decision. We have a company that wants to take a chance on Cibolo and wants to come here and set up business that looked at Cibolo as a great market, you know, to come to and to be a valued partner as a business. This is just not a very good way to welcome, you know, a partner that wants to come and do business in the city of Cibolo that took a chance on us. We do have a bad reputation as Cibolo being hard to work with, and this is probably why. Councilwoman Cunningham.
So I somewhat agree with Councilman Benson. I don't know that the sign ordinance is necessarily too hard to follow. I think it's too restrictive. I think that that's been pretty obvious. We have businesses that have signs on, just in that area where P. Terry's is, not even counting the 3 that came before us. Just between Borgfield and 1103, almost every single business there has signs on sides of the building that are, quote, not allowed. And that's happened for the last several years. So if we have those issues, it's hard for me to say, no, we're going to enforce it right now because this is the ordinance, this is the ordinance, this is the ordinance. Yeah, it's the ordinance, but it only applies to whoever's coming before us now. And we're not going to go back and it was okay at one point, so why is it not okay now? What is so horrific about having a sign on the side of a building that faces a parking lot versus the side of a building that faces a street? I agree with the mayor. I did not agree with denying the signs by Walmart. They face a parking lot. There is no harm to the public having a sign facing a parking lot. I mentioned that maybe we say you can have signs on unapproved sides of the building as long as they're not lit so that they're not disturbing the people in the parking lot. I don't know. I just think it's really, we're making this so restrictive. We talk about wanting to limit government and we're just growing it and growing it, growing it and being nitpicky about signs. Of all things that we could deal with in Cibolo that are Cibolo-esque, as Councilman Benson said, signs are not something that we should be wasting this much time on. And I feel like we're doing a disservice to the businesses that come here that want to work in Cibolo by making it so overbearingly difficult just to put up signs on your building. So I'm glad that the attorneys have worked on a sign ordinance. I did bring up already that I'd like the subcommittee to meet. I spoke with Mr. Huggins last week about that. I'd like the subcommittee to discuss the ordinance as quickly as possible so that we can get this out here because I feel like we've had a sign at almost every meeting for the last year. And this is something that needs to be resolved. Yep. And so we have to do it now. I'm tired of seeing this, especially for something that is not a health or safety risk to the public. It's silly that we're dragging this out for all of these businesses, forcing businesses to take signs down that they paid to put up, then paying to take it down. It's just paying for a variance. Like, it's just ridiculous. So I think fixing the sign ordinance is a must, and we have to do that quickly. I know that it's the 3 of us. I think we're all probably free whenever. We can make time to make this work so we can get it done quickly. Well, except for TG. But yeah, so I think that this sign facing a parking lot is not a health or safety hazard. It's in line with other businesses that are in that same development area, other freestanding businesses that are in that same business development area, and down the street. It's not going to hurt anyone else. And I do think once we get that sign ordinance passed, we need to look at the signs that we declined.
Agreed.
I just wanted to reassure you that one of the other issues, we addressed clarity in the sign ordinance, but we also addressed the restricted nature of the ordinance.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not too late for us to go back and clean up our mistakes. T.G. Benson?
Real quick, is the only reason this is in front of us because we had to get out from underneath a bad notice? I mean, why is this here, right? I mean, it seems like the square feet, if I understood you correctly in the way I read it, is the square footage and everything met the sign program. Everything was copacetic. So We end up in a variance, why? Why are we here tonight?
Go ahead.
No, because, well, okay, maybe it is. Why is that?
Well, there was a conflict with the addresses that were used, and we were trying to help out the applicant and not make them wait an additional
Okay,
amount
so-
of time.
So if that hadn't happened,
Yes,
the comprehensive sign program that was submitted to the P&Z committee was fine. It was copacetic per the UDC. So it would have just been passed, right? I don't remember if they have signature, if they can sign off on a comprehensive sign package, or if that has to come to us.
no, it would have had to come to
Okay.
you, and it came for a public hearing, but we would have needed to start over for it go back to P&Z.
Right, but what I'm saying is the sign program that they submitted was copacetic per UDC rules.
No, sir, Mr. Benson. So the comprehensive
was it?
sign program for P. Terry's was asking for additional signage than otherwise the strict application of the
Correct.
UDC would have allowed. But the comprehensive sign program is one avenue, like a variance, to seek additional signage for a business that is otherwise not allowed by the
And
UDC.
we're not having the comprehensive sign program discussion tonight because that would have penalized them for an error in the staff mailing out the correct address to the location for the 200, 300 feet.
Staff was
notification.
using the address that the applicant provided. The lot had been re-addressed onto a Cibolo Valley Drive address. That was the mistake. And
So
we've,
had
as
that
we
not happened-
reported,
So
we've,
had that not happened, we'd be talking about a comprehensive sign package tonight, not a variance, which is same but not, because a comprehensive sign review is, as I recall from my P&Z days, a much more in-depth discussion of each individual sign. It's not sort of a wand waving of, well, all right, sure, take the variance on the 10 feet or the 3 extra trees you need or whatever. It's actually a thoughtful discussion of the signs that are being held versus that today to make everything all copacetic so they don't have to start all over with 2 weeks of advertising and on. We're looking at a variance. I just want to be clear. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Just go ahead,
I want
George.
to clarify for the city council. So the way that your UDC is written, there are a number of provisions which are prepared under the zoning powers of the city. Then you have another set of provisions which are prepared under your police powers. And zoning provisions such as your comprehensive sign ordinance has a specific public hearing, public notice provisions that are required for that ordinance. Under the police powers is what you're here now under, which allows for the variance. While this variance is not as robust in the obligations that it has, it still has the same considerations for you as council members. You know, is the sign, as Councilmember Cunningham, is it, out of place in your community? Is it going to create, actually, I've had shade issues with signs before because it was creating shade in someone's backyard and messing up their trees. I mean, there's all sorts of things like that can be unique to this case that the next door neighbor doesn't have. And so that's why we're here today, is that the staff looked deeper into the rules. It saw that the currently under your UDC that we're trying to change, there were 2 different avenues you could take. They first took the P&Z road. When that stymied the applicant, in order to try to appease the applicant and not have them penalized for that mistake, regardless of whose fault it is, they requested a legal opinion from city attorney's office as to whether the police powers variance would work. And that's why it's here today, is because your laws allow it to be under the police powers doctrine and be waived. If you find it deserves that.
Thank you, George. And it looks like P&Z voted 6-0 to approve the variance. Go
I would
ahead,
also
TG.
like to note,
You have something else?
Yeah, just real quick. So how much does it cost to put a comprehensive sign package together? What are we billing somebody to put in a comprehensive sign package?
I believe that was
like a flat rate.
$750.
Okay, so what does a variance cost?
It was the same cost. But
So I guess the larger question I have is what's the point, right? I mean, we go this route or this route, we're in the same boat. Why even have them both available? I mean, if we're just going to play this game, then which is easier, which is less staff time to review, a comprehensive sign package or a variance?
It's the same staff time.
Right,
One
so we have two
requires
processes that
notices.
run parallel that do the exact same thing. Somebody explain to me why.
Actually, if you don't mind, that is, I just feel like we're really on the same page about the problems with the ordinance. Another thing that we addressed was clarifying, providing greater clarity between when a variance should be applied, when that process is appropriate, versus when a comprehensive sign program should be used, because you're right, the overlap, I felt, created
Really
ambiguity. You should have a clear path depending on the circumstances. So that is another thing that we addressed.
But in reality, the circumstances, I don't want to get too far away from Terry's, but I think it's germane to this topic, that the circumstances should always be what is going to be the most thorough review. To me, a variance is like, well, we couldn't come up with anything else, so city council decide if that's okay with you. Right? That to me is not the favored way to go on this. Maybe legal, maybe fine, but again, that's a very variable circumstance by the very name of the variance, right? I mean, it's a variable thing. It depends on how we feel today as to whether or not it's getting approved. A comprehensive sign plan that we followed and would work for everybody the same way, right? You would meet these requirements, and then you would get your signs. It shouldn't be this difficult, but because we have two paths essentially going parallel to one another, the minute one thing goes wrong, we just bail off to the other and say, okay, council, bail it out, or not bail it out.
So, Councilmember Benson, two things. One is that the way that these overlap are not completely. There are certain things that can't go the sign ordinance, but the variance will apply in a police power mechanism. That's the problem, is that both of them are overbroad to where you've got this stuff in the middle that can go either way. The second point that I wanted to make is that I would recommend not using an example of how I woke up this morning, because that's an arbitrary and capricious decision, which is what can be overturned and get us into trouble. So that's why this issue, for instance, it said if you deny it, you have to make findings, because the findings have to meet the statutory conditions for the passage of a variance as to what they lost or what they missed.
Well, that may be, and that's clear, but you'll also agree that in the end, it really is just 7 people's opinion now. There's no real, they met all the wickets, so it goes. It's, maybe they met all the wickets, but they didn't meet one, and so you get it today, but you don't tomorrow, and we come up with a reason why. And that's the unfairness of a variance, which is why I hate dealing in them. And to me, yes, it would have taken a couple extra weeks to have done it right, but I think in the end, do it right. If they come to you with a comprehensive sign package, it's a little easier to understand that and play with that versus somebody that comes to you and that's, oh, it's a variance. Because again, the variance is police powers versus statutory rules that people can read, follow, and understand versus, hey, we didn't do it tonight because of X, and we did it over here because of Y. And that is much more, whether it's arbitrary and capricious, in the end, it is based on individual factors for the applicant versus everybody as a whole looking at a sign program and saying, yes, we've met the requirements, or no, they did not. And it's everybody can understand those versus, well, we didn't like the kind of trees you were going to plant, so those didn't count. I mean, and we've had discussions literally about types of trees for variances. So,
right. When the exception swallows the rule, the exception becomes the rule. And that's the variance is the exception.
Okay.
So you more and more variances. What we intend to do in the ordinance that we're preparing is to try to identify as much as possible a set of circumstances that you agree to for staff to be able to approve a number of items that are now going before the city council.
Yep.
Because you create those clear guidelines and clear rules in your UDC, and then the staff is able to apply them under that rule.
Okay.
There'll still be plenty of things that need to go to the city council, but hopefully the low-hanging fruit will be able to be administratively processed under your rules.
Thank you very much, George. And so it sounds like we definitely have a need for an update to the comprehensive sign program to make it a little more clear and a little bit more business friendly, at least in my opinion. So that way the council doesn't have to look at every single sign that is to be put up throughout the city of Cibolo. I'm going to call for a motion at this point. We do have other items on the agenda that we need to get to. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve 10A.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote on your screens. Four to two in the negative. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I would have been able to if it was a tie.
So could I just follow up with one quick thing? I think when we get this done, and hopefully that soon, each and every one of these people who have had this problem need to come back here and let's get this straight. But I'm just not willing to continue to variance these things. We need to get this straight ASAP. And then all those people who have not been approved, I'm more than happy to relook at it. But I think it just needs to be done right. I think this would be a lot different conversation too, had we done it through the sign program versus variance.
Thank you, TG. Now that the SRO item is done, I think this needs to be our new top priority. So let's put this down as item number one on the next agenda. We need to make right to all these people that have been denied, including the businesses over by Walmart. Let's get everybody taken care of as our top priority. Thank you.
And Mayor, what I'm taking from you is get the sign ordinance in front of the subcommittee, run it through the subcommittee, bring the sign ordinance back to council.
Yes.
Once the new regulations are in place, then we would approach those businesses that I believe you're referring to. I just wanted to clarify.
Yes.
I don't want to charge
let's
them
get
the
this
horse
done.
before the cart.
Again.
Right. Well, let's vote on it then. But yeah, let's bring everybody together and come up with a solution for all these problems, because all we're doing is causing more problems and bolstering the reputation that Cibolo isn't business friendly.
Well, the economic boost to this city too, Mayor.
Yeah, we need the dollar spent here in Cibolo. We don't want to raise the tax rate, right, Joel? No. So there you go. So we need some property tax or some sales tax revenue. We're going to move on to item 9C, discussion action regarding the Cibolo Economic Development Strategic Plan. Welcome, sir. So Kelsey's not here tonight, but this is your presentation anyway. So thank you very much. You flew in from DC, right?
I did.
All right. Well, welcome. Thanks very much for coming back to Cibolo.
I am very happy to be here, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful journey. We are at the very tail end of it, hopefully. I'm not envious of following up that previous conversation, which is a very direct discussion around a topic like economic development. But I'm here to present to you, as brief as I can, the contents of the report. I want to leave as much time if you have specific questions. There's nothing new or earth-shattering that we're going to be covering this evening, so I'm not going to belabor a lot of the points that we've all have discussed quite substantially. The contents of the report, very simply put, is this is a roadmap for you. And I can't stress enough that this was the culmination of engaging with the EDC, engaging with you as a council, engaging with the business community, our analysis, engaging with partners, implementation partners, whether it be SATX or the chambers, and trying to come up with strategies that identified your goals, help prioritize actions, and created a roadmap for the city to consider as it moved forward in everything from policy decisions to funding and staffing to land use decisions and to approaches to try and both help existing businesses grow and attract new businesses to the community. We're going to talk a little bit about each of the different chapters and then follow up that with some kind of, all right, what are the next steps kind of ideas? And then I'll be happy to open the floor to whatever questions or comments that you have. I don't need to spend a lot of time on what the introduction chapter was or the executive summary chapter was. One is kind of defining what you were trying to accomplish. The other is as brief as we could be, and I completely accept the criticism that 20 pages is not brief, but as brief as we could be to try and summarize everything that's in the document for someone to be able to kind of understand the gist of everything that was going on. The next chapter was the socioeconomic chapter, where we look at your demographics, we look at your economic base, and try to understand how Cibolo interacts with Guadalupe County and the rest of the San Antonio region. Some of the big things that we learned, I know this is not going to be a lot of surprise to you all. You grew up as a suburban community, you grew up very, very fast. And so there's a lot of growing pains going on. There's a lot of trying to decide who we want to be when we finally grow up as a community, and I respect and understand that. But the upsides to it is you have brought in a large military population, a large highly educated population, and those are tremendous assets from an economic development perspective, particularly around entrepreneurial development and trying to look at your startup opportunities as an economic development opportunity, particularly as the baby boom generation, which is one of the largest that we have, is starting to either at retirement or near retirement and maybe looking for their next big thing. And there's a lot of opportunity. They're the ones that are going to have the most amount of capital. They're going to have the most amount of experience and potential, and you could tap into that. Along with your military community, where you serve your 20 years, your 25 years, you get out, you're still relatively young. And now that I am 50 years old, I like to say 50 years old, not that old anymore. And so when you're getting out of the military and you're in your 40s or you're in your early 50s, there's still a lot of time for you to look at what else you want to do. And so there's a lot of potential there for the community. I will say, though, that one of the challenges that you have is how fast you've grown and how popular you are. And by no means should you as a community apologize for your success. That is by far not what we're going at. But one of the unfortunate side effects of that is the fact that your housing is becoming less obtainable in the marketplace. And when you look at your largest growing employment sectors, which are production-based and service-based, those are generally the lowest paying of the types of industries that are growing and expanding here in the region. And so you're starting to see a little bit of a mismatch. And as competitive and as strong as the San Antonio market is, that is something to consider as you move forward, creating opportunities so that you can continue to be an inclusive community that will also then serve your ability to help existing businesses thrive and help new businesses be successful. One of the other downsides, unfortunately, of an aging population is an aging workforce. And so there's a lot of folks here in their 50s and 60 years old that 10 years from now may no longer be in the labor force. And that's a large chunk of your population. And so as a result, it's not just about bringing in new people to fill new jobs, it's having the people to be able to come and fill the jobs that are going to be vacated by folks that are living here now. From a real estate perspective, obviously, I don't believe I need to explain this to you. We looked at your industrial market, your residential market, your retail market, your office market, and tried to get a handle on not only how are successful are they being here in the city, but its comparative strength when you look at the region. And so one of the strongest markets that you have here in Cibolo is your industrial market. Your location, your access to labor, not just coming north from San Antonio, but also coming south towards Cibolo. This is a great location to be rather than having to go all the way down into San Antonio to work. And the fact that you have a lot of decent real estate, particularly out on the I-10 corridor, that can be conducive. Obviously, I-10 is the easiest example to give you all. There's a lot of potential there. And this is a community that has historically had a strong industrial base or production base, and one that we think that you can continue to capitalize on, particularly in that part of town where it makes the most sense. Looking at things like retail service, I know that was something that was stressed a lot in our conversations with you all and me, with the EDC, what we heard from responses from the community. And what the data told us was, if we want to see greater choice and we want to see more variety, that's going to have to come with a growth in demand. That you're already being pretty well served. I know we've talked about this a number of times, but it's worth repeating, is that the ability to bring a much more diverse and a larger commercial marketplace is going to be tied to your ability to bring daytime population, which is more jobs, and your ability to bring in more folks to live here in the community. And so that's something to consider as you move forward. It by no means means that businesses don't want to come here now, but the conversation we're having is we don't want ones and twos. We want to see a greater diversity of things, which is going to take a little bit more comprehensive strategy than just going out there and marketing to them and trying to sell something that's going to be hard to say well, all 5 of you should be here. And they're all going to look at each other going, well, I can't be here with these 4 are coming too. And so that's just something to consider. From an office market perspective, you're going to see a lot more success in smaller, looking at, community serving. I think medical office is your greatest potential. We talked about this previously, but I think 93 or 94 cents of every dollar spent by Cibolo residents on healthcare is spent outside the city. And so there's a lot of opportunity there. However, if you look at the trends in the office market, they're looking for highly amenitized, walkable, live, work, play, experiential locations.
Is that taxable as far as like medical services for local sales tax?
I can't say definitively whether or not medical services are hit with sales tax. My gut reaction is no. I don't know the answer prospectively because it's a service and not a good.
So what would be the desire to have that?
Well, it will serve your community. It would create jobs. It would create activity. When people go to the doctor, they may then go have lunch immediately afterwards. And so it'll create that daytime activity that will augment just having a lot of folks living here in the community. A lot of, particularly restaurants, if you're not going to be able to provide them with someone to eat there between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., as well as from 6 p.m. and on, it's going to limit the potential for opportunity, or it's going to limit their hours, which can also have an adverse effect.
Okay.
But my point is that I think there is an opportunity. There's still so much available supply inside the loop. The changing dynamics in the national marketplace around just how office space is used and remote work and telecommuting and flex schedules. Businesses are able to use less space with the same amount of people. And so it's going to be very, very competitive. I think the idea of bringing a corporate headquarters here, I think, is a long-term strategy. However, there are some short-term things that can happen. We think the medical office, the smaller scale, but it's going to come with a different typology than kind of already exists here in your community, a different kind of development, which is going to create, once again, that highly amenitized, walkable location that is going to attract those types of office users here. And then we talked about this a lot. I know we had a lot of conversations with Kimley Horn when we were talking about I-10, which is your future land use map and the amount of land that is available for non-residential development, particularly production-based non-residential development that isn't already developed. And so as you look at those decisions and you look at your land use, and there's a number of recommendations in the recommendation section of this report around mixed-use development, around creating more production-based zoning, particularly down in the I-10 corridor, to expand those opportunities is hopefully something you consider. We're not here telling you to rewrite something you just rewrote, but it's and I apologize not going into the variance conversation, but is something that from an economic development perspective, I think we identified, I think there was like 80 or 120 total vacant developable industrial acres in the flume, the future land use map. And Ishin consumes more than that, just for their own uses. And so I just use that as an example of your potential to attract some of that economic development opportunities. Going back to your comment, Mr. Mayor, around not wanting to raise taxes, is industrial production-based businesses are a great way to generate revenue without having to then, go after the residents to pay for all the additional and the increasing cost of services that go with the city. From a target industry perspective, obviously this is looking at not just Cibolo, but at the region and what are we competitive at and what are other people doing that maybe we can tie into. The transportation manufacturing sector not only is strong here in the community, it's strong and continuing to grow in the region. And so once again, this goes back to that discussion around production-based economy and opportunities. We think there are a lot more of those for Cibolo if the right sites are available to be able to accommodate that. One of the things that we identified this is a lot of the strategies and the opportunities here in Cibolo don't really tie in super well with existing workforce development programs, particularly those that are offered here within the city per se. And so our recommendation there is a number of strategies in the document that talk around, continuing to build your partnerships and your engagements with your schools, with the community college system, and even with some of the four-year schools to try and encourage them and work with them to develop and build programs that could be marketed not just for jobs that are here, but jobs that you want to be here. Because a lot, as I mentioned earlier, the growth potential and the growth projections for the San Antonio region are substantial. Your unemployment rate in the region is very low. And so you're going to have to attract more people to this region, or you're going to have to train people who are here in the particular sectors that you're looking to attract here so that there is a supply of labor available to them. If I employ 500 people that are CNC machinists and I can't find 100 available CNC machinists in your marketplace, then I can't come here. And so my point is around those engagements and conversations. It's not to say they're not happening, okay? And we've had this conversation before. It's not to say that they're not happening, but I think there could be more proactive engagement of trying to work with those partners about Cibolo's needs. Your community has been a fantastic team player for the region, and trying to make sure that we're working with SATX and we're working with everybody, we're working with Shirts, and we're trying to find, working with Seguin, we're trying to find ways to make things work here. However, you need to spend a little bit more energy and effort trying to do things that are specific to Cibolo and trying to get them to also focus on you as well as you are focusing on them, if that makes a lot of sense. From the opportunity sites analysis, the big takeaway for me here for you all is you have 6 or 7 different what we call economic activity centers, or places where businesses are concentrated. They are all very unique and offer different things to your community. Our recommendation is for you to continue to celebrate that. To try and recreate everything to look the same, I think, is a disservice to your economic development efforts, because 1, you don't want everything to look the same because different businesses have different needs. But 2 is you're going to create your own internal competition. If you're trying to bring the same businesses to 5 different parts of your community, you've now created your own competition for what the price of the land will be, or what variances you're going to have to offer, because there's going to have choice, not just here in Cibolo, right? You're going to be competing with your neighboring communities as well, whether we like it or not, but they'll also be competing here in the community, and I don't think that's the best strategy for you. We talk about I-10 corridor as a fantastic opportunity. We work with Kimley Horn when they were going through their I-10 study. We think the 2 nodes at either end of the town, of the city, could be great destination development locations, but that stuff in between and as you move further north, up towards 78, we think is a great opportunity for a production-based hub, not just for Cibolo, but for the region. The I-35 and the FM 1103 right there, the closest bit, the I-35 that's actually in the city of Cibolo, we talked a lot about this is where we think some of those unique new types of development scale can go, that mixed use, that vertically integrated mixed use development, that live, work, play kind of destination location where you create something new and different is a great opportunity. We talked a lot about particularly the FM 1103, where you can create the scaling down as you go from 1103 down towards the sanctuary, and then create a better walking connection between there and Cibolo Crossing. And so those are just some ideas that we dropped in there around those areas. As opposed to downtown and central Cibolo, obviously your downtown is already burgeoning as an entertainment and dining destination. I know there's been a lot of conversations about the previous downtown plan. I'm going to go back, I'm going to kind of touch on the conversation you were just having around your signage. Is you need to decide what your downtown wants to be, create a plan for it, and stay with it. Very much like your signage ordinance, there's benefits and drawbacks to whatever decision you make. If you say you want to continue to grow the dining and entertainment district in downtown, there's implications to that. If you're saying, no, we want to curtail that, there are implications to that. It's not right or wrong, but you need to make a determination and then run with that so that you can determine what's going to happen there. Because when we talk about FM 78, we talk about Nimitz Park and the land that the EDC owns. You want that to grow, but you also don't want that to grow in direct competition to the downtown, which is right next door. And so if you're going to descale downtown, then maybe that creates opportunities. If you're going to celebrate your downtown, then you have to think what other opportunities can exist in those other properties. I also think FM 78, and you saw it in our plan, is a great transition point where you can look at smaller scale, cottage kind of production, like kind of flex warehouse where the front 5,000 square feet is retail, and then all the marble for the countertop person is in the 15,000 square foot warehouse behind it. That's something that could be very, very strong at FM 78. And it can also be a transition for maybe some kind of neo-traditional new urbanist neighborhoods, because you have some pretty large lots there where you can create some commercial frontage that is then integrated into a walkable kind of subdivision that goes, I want to say, south of FM 78, if I'm remembering my map correctly. There's Yes, and Councilman Hicks, I would say, looking at it through my lens, is it's separating the retail from the community as opposed to integrating them together as a single entity, and I think that might have been some of the challenges. But I also go back to the conversation around retail and the fact that we want more variety and more depth of retail. Well, that's going to come through a large part the creation of more demand, which once again is bringing more jobs and then bringing more people to the community. And then we talked about, I don't want to belabor the I-10 conversation. We've already talked about a number of things, and I do think there's a lot of opportunity there, particularly from an economic development perspective. The final chapter in the document is the implementation plan. These things of what did we learn, we kind of already went through. I just want to highlight a few points as reminders for you all. In the first one, what we want and what we're investing in are out of sync. We have encouraged you to prioritize your actions. We're not advocating, well, let me take that back. We think long-term you need to spend more money if you want to do everything that's in this document, but understanding that that's a process, your short-term strategy is to prioritize and be really, really good at the one or two things that you have the highest value on, and then expand as more resources and more staffing become available. For the maintain consistent agenda, and I go back to this is very parallel to your signage conversation. Define what you want to be, and you're going to have to stay the course. Economic development is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And so you need to come up with a plan, and a plan that you're going to be comfortable with. And I understand councils change, and that's all well and good, but the idea is you need to, as a group, come up with a plan, be a little bit more longer strategic thinking about what you want from your economic development, and then put the pieces in place so that you don't have to constantly come back and revisit policies that you put in place because this, that, or the other. I'm sorry. Find a balance between development scale and economic opportunity. You have a unique opportunity here to avoid the mistake that a lot of other suburban communities made back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and they're now trying to fix, which is the resistance to understanding that different development typologies can coexist in the same community. Where I live in Washington, D.C., Arlington County, which don't be confused, Arlington County is maybe the same land area as the city of Cibolo, but Arlington County has 10 FAR cluster developments, and 3 blocks over is a single-family subdivision. That's extreme. But my point is those types of a mixed-use, vertically integrated Cibolo crossing can coexist with a suburban community with a lot of single-family detached home neighborhoods. And so my point here is that finding the balance, this is not saying we need to redefine everything what is Cibolo, but we need to identify locations in Cibolo where we're comfortable with maybe something that's different than we already have that can create the opportunity for the types of job and the types of activity that we want. And it doesn't mean it has to be everywhere, but you need to identify those select locations where something like that could happen, which is what we talked about in the opportunity site section. And then under the embrace market realities and plan around them, I just want to focus on is your evolution as a kind of a rural community into a suburban community, and now you're moving into much more complex and challenging issues that you have to deal with as a council, but you also have to deal with from an economic development perspective. And so this is where I go back to the conversation of is the balance. We're comfortable with the decisions that you make, but hopefully we put you in a position that when you make a decision, you understand the ramifications and the implications of that. And so if we want to continue to grow as a production-based economy, and we want to continue to strengthen our retail, if we don't then also create the housing opportunities for the folks who work in those jobs to be able to live here in the community, it could have an adverse impact on our ability to bring in as much as we want, is an example.
Well, I was up at North Richland Hills, and I noticed that they had businesses on the bottom level and apartments up top. And I know that we've got that over at the quarry there in San Antonio, where you've got businesses along the bottom level, but you got 2 stories above it that are apartments.
And that's what you were talking about over by 1103 and Old Wiederstein, right? You know,
Yes.
trying to integrate that
Yes.
compact, right? And then
Yes. But
lessening out.
But concentrated that along 1103 and then
Right.
scaling down to maybe townhomes, then in the patio homes, and then you can get back into this traditional single-family homes.
Yep.
So we're not dropping 5-story buildings right up against the single-family neighborhood.
Right.
But we're creating that opportunity and then using the depth of those lots to then scale so that it blends and you don't even realize it because I'm 5'11", and if there is a 25-foot tall house sitting right here, I don't see the 60-foot tall building that's 500 yards away. I can't see over the house so you create the scale so that you can accommodate that type of development. Once again, it's not about trying to change the nature of your community, but it's trying to find ways to accommodate the types of development that's going to bring maybe some of those activities that you want to have here. That, one of the comments that I heard through this process was one of the responses you heard from businesses that did not choose Cibolo is it's too rural, was one of the comments that I heard through this discussion. I don't know if you're too rural, but I do think that you don't have the diversity of development that may be as attractive to your average 25-year-old. And so if I'm a technology-based company and I can't bring 25-year-olds here because they're all moving to the Pearl District, for example, that's a hard sell for me to then put my business in Cibolo. That's maybe the best example that I can give as regards to that.
Right.
And once again, I can't stress this enough. This is not about changing the character of your community. This is about identifying places where that type of development can exist and coexist quite comfortably.
But just like the mayor's mentioned, but because there's a developer brought to the council once before is retail on the bottom and then storage units above, which I think is smart. I mean, we've got one over there on 35 behind the Starbucks, where they've got retail all along the bottom, and then the top 2 are storage, so.
Well, I will say from an economic development perspective, I never recommend self-storage places. They don't create many jobs, and they're generally low-value buildings. However, to your point, Councilman Hicks, yes, it is integrating those uses so you can get more use out of that land and create more activity, is the point where I'm going.
Yes. That's what
I don't want to really spend a whole lot of time on this. We've talked about this a bunch. If you have questions about it, I'm happy to come back to it, but these are the goals that we have been refining for the past several months. So now what? The question is, are we done? Well, yes, this process is done, but no, as a community, you are not done. In fact, you are in the very beginning stages. This is kind of the visioning process, and you're moving forward. I think the number one thing you have to do, your EDC needs to do, is create what we call the business plan. So this is a strategic plan. It's the menu. If you've looked at the full report, you can see there's 8, 10, 12 pages of recommendations across all different types of objectives and goals. You have to focus and figure out what you're going to accomplish over the next 12 months. Obviously, a lot of the stuff you're doing now is very successful, and you're going to want to focus in on that, but then how are we going to prioritize? How are we going to determine what our next 12 months job is so that then we can move forward? And so I think that's the number one job, is working with staff, working with your EDC to try and say, okay, we're going to focus down on these 2 things or these 3 things, and we're going to get really, really good at those. And we have recommendations in there about what we think that is. We worked that out with Mr. Reed and Ms. Lee. There are recommendations. By no means they have to be what you do, but we wanted to put something in front of you, a straw man, if you will, for you as a community to chew on and then decide the direction you want to go. And then ultimately, yes, sir.
Just a quick question. I know that you mentioned, what are our next steps? What do we do as a council or as an EDC? And I know that last time you were here, you mentioned to increase the population by 20,000 in order to get the restaurants and what we feel that we're ready for. However, the market doesn't think that we're ready for. And so I know that we've had a desire to get some 1-acre lot homes, a section of Cibolo that has the 1-acre lot, the estate living. It's something we've desired for a long time. I'd say at least 8 years, maybe more. We've been wanting that, but we haven't been able to attract that. And so we want to understand what can we do to get that. And then in addition to that, also like the patio garden homes. I know we've always talked about that for the past 7+ years, about having a community where we have people that can come and retire and don't have to worry about mowing the yard because it's, it's all included in the, the HOA or whatever their living situation is there, right? Yeah, so therefore they can have ownership. So these are people that sell, a 5-bedroom, 4-bedroom, nice home that they raise their kids in, and then take that money and then go buy a smaller home, that's more situated to their particular lifestyle, right? And so we want to know, and then also what you were talking about earlier, the retail/apartment, like what city was that you said? North Richland Hills, yeah, that you saw out there. And so we just want to know what steps we can take to incentivize that type of housing and attract that to Cibolo. I think that's what we're looking for, is actionable next steps. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So the biggest thing you could do is create the zoning to allow it by right. So if you identify this tract of land that you want to have 1-acre homes, is to create the zoning where, well, I would hope you also engage with the property owner to make sure that's their vision, but
Sure.
is create the zoning so that it allows it by right, because one of the challenges, whether we like it or not, is the perception in the community that this is a tough community to work with. Mm-hmm. And so one of the ways you can reduce uncertainty, which means to reduce risk, is to make it so that I can go do it and I don't have to run through a bunch of hoops and I don't have to worry about how everybody woke up in the morning that day, to use the term that was used earlier. And so that's the number one thing you do. So if you want to do that vertically integrated mixed-use concept, you need to create the zoning that allows it to happen in locations where you want it to happen. Same thing with the patio home, same thing with the single, first is you need to enable it. The next thing you need to do is market it, which is you need to engage with the development entities that operate in those circles, because right now Cibolo is not a known commodity for mixed-use, vertically integrated mixed-use developers, because right now I can't, and frankly it probably hasn't been something that the community has promoted.
Right.
And so the perception in the marketplace is going to be, well, I'm not going there with that idea because they're going to shoot me down, so it's not going to happen. And so the second phase for me would be, is once you've created the regulatory environment that I can do it, is to then go and market to those entities. You have a fantastic economic development staff that would be able to, in very short order, identify who the biggest players are in the region and maybe even in the state, and then create a marketing piece that says, hey, look, we just created this, and I'm making this up for the sake of conversation, this 30-acre zone right here and here and here that you're allowed to do A, B, C, and D, and we're looking for someone and to market it. Not too dissimilar to the conversations you've been having about the EDC property around the hotel concept.
Sure.
And marketing that and making the market aware of what is available to them.
But not just that. I know, because I've spoke with a developer that's what they do, is 1-acre plus lots. We've got to fix our UDC, because he looked at our UDC and they're requiring us on 1-acre lots, estate lots, to have a curb and a sidewalk. Nobody's going to put a curb and sidewalk. You go out there to Trophy Oaks out there in Santa Clara. They don't have sidewalks along that, and they don't have curbs.
So that's a deal breaker for that one developer?
Yeah, he just...
How expensive is it to put a curb and a sidewalk in?
Well, it just isn't realistic to put a sidewalk on something like that.
Well, Mayor Allen, I think I would counter that argument. I say it's not cost prohibitive, but it's easier to do elsewhere. So it's opportunity cost. So if I can do that development without having to do those things somewhere else, and that's my business model, I'm just going to go ahead and do that. So I don't disagree with you. And I also, by the way, I'm picking on the sign conversation because it just happened. But if your rules are a 2-foot by 2-foot sign, and Schertz's rules are a 5-foot by 5-foot sign, and signage matters to me, then that is going to be part of my decision-making of whether or not I locate there or here. And to your point, is if your regulatory policies are more restrictive than other communities that are trying to attract the same thing, you're putting yourself as a disadvantage. And so this exactly goes back to your point, Mr. Mayor, around being business-friendly, right, which is there is absolutely nothing wrong with wanting a higher level of development, a higher quality of development, a higher aesthetic of development, but you need to understand the implications of that choice, which is you're going to make you put yourself at a bit of a disadvantage to other folks that aren't requiring those things. That's the best way I can describe it from that. But that, by the way, that goes, Councilman Hicks, with the regulatory environment, is you need to set it up so that, you know, you're doing something that it can be competitive. I will also say right now, especially on the larger lot single family, with the growth in interest rates and the challenge is becoming harder for people to afford houses of that price point. So the market has cooled a little bit there.
Yeah.
Now that's an economic cycle thing. That's nothing to do with Cibolo, but it's just the reality that we face, that this may not be the short-term cycle where something like
Unless
that
you're getting
jumps
out of
off.
the military and you're getting 100% disabled, and guess what?
But even these would be $1 million homes. I don't even
understand,
know
but
what
Yep.
kind of check they're getting, but
Yep.
these are million and up.
But to that point, Mr. Mayor, is creating the regulatory environment that reduces my risk, or at least makes it consistent with what other communities are doing, and then marketing and making people aware that this is what we want.
Right.
I can't stress enough, and I didn't talk about this with the opportunity sites conversation, but when you define what you want in each of those economic opportunity areas, you need to market the bejesus out of them and let people know, and then follow through.
Yes.
And follow through on that vision, because you can't then get scared when someone comes up and actually wants to put something in that you say you want, and then you go, hold on a second.
Right.
You know, you have to recognize that you're creating a vision, and you're going to have to follow through on that vision, because being seen as a community that says yes and then votes no is worse than being a community that says no.
Exactly.
If that
Then
makes
says
any
nothing.
sense.
Yeah.
If,
exactly.
if you're talking, we're all about this, and I show up with this, and then you tell me no because you get cold feet as a community, that's way worse. Because once you get the reputation of being indecisive, that's just read as high risk. So what do we do now? Finish what we started. I talked about this already. Refine your existing programs, refocus your efforts, establish a comprehensive work plan, that business plan that I talked about. I can't stress enough, by the way, how many partners that you have here already existing, and the opportunities to continue to build and grow those relationships. But it's about getting the compensation back for being a good team player with them, is to get them to be stronger team players with you. One of our recommendations was creating a Cibolo-specific kind of economic development board that brings in the schools and brings in the partners, and you only talk about Cibolo-based issues rather than going to those regional meetings where you're talking about larger scale stuff, which may or may not have a direct impact on your community. And then finally, execute. I mentioned this already. Build upon your momentum, maximize those partnerships, engage community assistance, have your citizens be part of the process. We talk a lot about citizen education engagement in the recommendations. It's something that I can't stress enough. A community that understands and supports economic development makes your jobs a lot easier to implement economic development. And then finally, stay the course. How do we use the plan? I talked about this a little bit. It's a menu. It is meant to give you lots of options. Your priorities may be different than what's laid out in there, and that's fine. Hopefully we gave you enough explanation as to why we're making those recommendations so that you can make them your own. We understand that the community, when you get into implementation, may need to modify or tweak, or you may decide you want to do it in the order of 3, 2, 1 rather than 1, 2, 3, and that's fine. The point of it is it's a menu for you to choose from. It's a marketing tool. Hopefully it's something that you, when you embrace it as an EDC and you embrace it as a council, is something you can take out. Once again, define what you want and then go out and sell it and tell people that you're ready for it. It's a reference document. Your market's going to change probably 3 years from now or 5 years from now. And so we tried our best to explain things in a manner that should be relatable even if things start to shift. Now, if we have another global pandemic, I'm not guaranteeing anything that the world is going to be look the same, that my document's going to be useful anymore. But if we take the absurd out of the conversation, it should be something that you can use as a reference document as you move forward. And then finally, as a measuring post. We talk about in there some detailed strategies of how to create the metrics to determine success or not. And hopefully that allows you to then build upon it to say, you know, we wanted this program to do A, B, and C. It's not quite hitting that. Either we need to change it or we need to look maybe going into a different direction. I'm going to stop here. The rest of this document is the strategies. If you have specific questions, I'm happy to answer it. But hopefully this encapsulated kind of all the work that we have done together and brought you to this point with I believe the hope is that as the EDC did several weeks ago, that you approve the plan or adopt a plan or whatever the language you use. I'll allow Mr. Hyde to figure out what the right terminology is there. And then hopefully this helps your staff figure out how they're going to evolve as they move forward.
Okay. Well, I do thank you for all the work that you and your team put in and the engagement with our EDC and as well as our Cibolo EDC, our internal department, to produce this great presentation and strategies. So thank you very much for all the time that you've put into this. I think that these are extremely valuable suggestions. And I do feel that there is a great roadmap there for us to embark upon if we so choose. And so thank you very much. I appreciate it. I know we have an action to...
Well, I'll make a motion to approve.
Can I ask one question?
Yep.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I remember, I don't know if it was the last time or maybe 2 times ago, we had a workshop and we were discussing the actual EDC function structure, and you'd made a comment that it's difficult or will be difficult to implement this with the current setup with the EDC director having basically 2 jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, he did say that.
We didn't talk about that tonight, but it is budget season, so it's probably, you know, a conversation we need to have. So if pushing forward, do you still feel the same thing, or is that kind of I'm just trying to gauge where you're at, because that was in a larger room, kind of a workshop feel. It felt sort of, and I'm not saying it was flippant or off the cuff, but it felt like that. And so I wanted to get your real thoughts as we approach budget season on where we are with this situation.
I think that's a great question, Councilman Benson. And my response is your current EDC director really has 2 jobs. So if we're being fair and we're going to have your current EDC director do both jobs, they're only going to be able to spend half their time doing each. And so that means that that position and the responsibilities that a traditional EDC director would have if they were able to put, and I'm going to, just for the sake of the conversation, a 40-hour work week into it, they're only going to be able to really do 20 if they're being fair to both of their responsibilities. And so that has an impact on what they can accomplish from an administrative, from a leadership, from an outward facing, from a marketing perspective, which then either you're going to have to forego those other 20 hours or you're going to have to push those 20 hours down onto somebody else, which then is going to affect their ability to do their job. And so, I respect and appreciate, and at RKG we do it too, where we try and squeeze, 50 hours out of 40 hours worth of work. But the reality is that you're really only getting half power out of your director. And there's nothing wrong with that if you scale your expectations of what you're going to be able to get out of those 20 hours. And so for me, if you were able to find a way to create an economic development director that can dedicate a full work week, right? Now, I'm using 40 hours because that's the traditional 9 to 5, then you're going to expand their ability to take on more than what I think you might have to do if you maintain the current structure.
I think that's a fair question, and I agree with you.
Great question.
Okay, we'll go back to Councilman Hicks. You had a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve
9C.
Well, regarding approval of the Economic Development Strategic Plan.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote on your screens.
I don't know how to do this, to put it back up there.
Right. Topics. Where are we at? Joel made the motion. Ms. Sanchez Stevens made the second. Are we set up to vote?
Not yet.
Okay.
Why is yours on and mine ain't?
You want to do a voice vote? Okay, so we'll do a voice vote, starting with Councilman Hicks.
I had it on presentation also.
Voice vote. Joe.
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 6-1. Thank you. I'm sorry, 6-0. Who's that?
6-0, buddy.
Who's that fictional one? All right, thank you very much.
It's getting worse and worse for you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to work for your community. This has been my honor and privilege, and I wish you good luck. And as I told Kelsey already, if you ever have questions, concerns, needs, you know where I am. I'll be happy to engage with you in a conversation. Just if you need a clarification, please don't hesitate to reach out to us.
We definitely will, and you know Cibolo now, so you're a good expert for us to lean on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, so we got that one taken care of. We're going to jump over to 9H, which has to do with our special guest tonight, Frank Garza. Discussion action regarding the agreement of the Cibolo EDC and Davidson, Trolio, Ream, and Garza PC for legal services. This would have been handled by Kelsey Lee, whom is absent tonight. So do we want to have Frank come up and talk, or do you want to handle this, Mr. Reed?
Mayor and council, I believe because you know Frank Garza well, I'm going to turn it over to him. Kelsey Lee would have done about the same thing. You've had the agreement in your packet. The form of the agreement has been reviewed by our city attorney's office. So tonight, the EDC has recommended that you approve this professional services agreement with Frank Garza's firm.
Okay.
With no further comments, I'll let
Come on
Mr.
up,
Garza
Frank.
walk up.
Good to see you, sir. It's been a while.
Mayor and council, good to see everybody. Here to answer any questions with regard to the proposal.
Any questions from council? Can I hear a motion?
I don't have any questions because, I mean, we've dealt with you and I've got no questions.
Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve 9K.
I'm sorry, I think it was 9H.
Sorry, 9H. I
9K's
apologize.
already done.
It was the one highlighted on the screen.
Okay, so we have a motion for 9H on the floor. Can I hear a second?
Mr.
Okay, and I got a second by Councilman Roberts. Okay, it looks like our voting system is back up and running.
Well, I don't know, it's not for me.
Joel, what's your voice vote?
Aye.
Okay, so Joel's an aye. You can't push the button, but. Okay, now you're in. Okay, we're good. It's 4-2. Welcome aboard.
Right, thank you very
Welcome
much.
back, Frank.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Okay, we're going to bump over, well, actually, we have one more to go real quick, Randy, before we jump to executive session for a special guest that came out tonight. We're going to go to 9G, discussion action regarding approval of an interlocal purchase agreement, IPA, between the City of Schertz Organizing Party and the City of Cibolo Purchasing Party, and authorize the city manager to execute the IPA, which isn't a beer, I don't think.
Hello, good evening, council. Chief Andrews for the record. So tonight I come back before you, the council, for the approval of an interlocal purchase agreement. I want to be clear from the last meeting between the City of Schertz and the City of Cibolo to authorize our city manager to execute the interlocal purchase agreement. The City of Cibolo, for if you will, for better lack of better term, is looking to piggyback off of the City of Schertz competitive procurement process, which they completed for a law enforcement record management system. As the council knows, I think that we'll see in the Texas local government code, it authorizes our local governments to participate in a cooperative purchasing program with local governments and organizations for materials, supplies, goods, services, and equipment pursuant to this cooperative purchasing program with local governments. During our July 9th council meeting, questions were raised regarding the mobile workflows that were adopted by the host agency and whether or not Cibolo would have the ability to have customized forms. Would these be customizable? Would these workflows would be customizable for ease of work with us? One of the things I want to point out is that the Tyler Technologies Law Enforcement Record Management System, it does provide customizable forms. But we'll talk a little bit about the workflows and the difference between the forms. The customizable forms that Tyler provides has a lot to do with your internal reports, ad hoc reporting, dashboards, some of our key performance, crime mapping that I discussed at the last meeting, statistical reports, some of the output forms, internal and external use, as well as our screen layouts for the agency. So just how we're using forms in the agency, where those screens are laid out, they can customize and configure those forms for that vendor or for that agency. However, when we talk about the mobile forms are different. The mobile forms are fixed, but these forms are used for our officers as it relates to field-based reporting. Simply what it is these forms are our data collection forms. This is the information our officers do when they're completing incident reports, that the information goes to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, so that those forms go into what we call our National Incident-Based Management Reporting System, which is NIBRS. It also goes into the Texas Incident-Based Reporting System. So those forms are fixed. Why are they fixed? Because these are the jail forms. These are our case reports. These are supplemental reports. These are reports that, no different than any officer that you see here in this geographical area, that information that goes in there is used so that it ports over for reporting purposes and for these agencies that use to collect data and measuring our crime. So I wanted to be clear there that those forms that we discussed, those mobile forms, they're just standard forms that are used by each agency, same forms we use when we go to the jail. We're booking people in, so that information flows on. So one of the things that I want to talk a little bit about with Tyler, and we mentioned this before, is that I believe that Tyler will provide our law enforcement, the police department, with better technology and allow us to be able to have those field-based reporting systems. Obviously, this Tyler technology software we were to complete this interlocal purchase agreement allows us to write reports faster, complete the reports in the field. So officers are in the field able to send those reports to supervisors for review. Additionally, Tyler allows us to continue that and facilitate the relationship that we currently have with the city of Schertz, right? We will be sharing that same record management system platform so that we can share information on violators, suspects that we share regionally. The other benefit from Tyler, I believe, that it continues to reinforce the relationship we already have with Schertz. We have an interlocal agreement with Schertz now for dispatch services, so it'll be an ease of flow with that as the two systems come together with Tyler. And I think Tyler, for one, with the research and the things that we've done, is a financially strong and stable partner who's been around in law enforcement record management systems for a very long time. And I think that we'll hear a little bit about that tonight, that we have their executive account representative, Eric Burrell, here to talk with us. So tonight, I want to talk a little bit about where we would go forward. I think that, again, this is no financial cost tonight. This is just the approval of the interlocal purchase agreement. And if we were to approve this, obviously I would return to council with the contract and with an agreement with Tyler Technologies and the city of Cibolo for you consider for our law enforcement record management system. And I think you see the figures. If we were to return, those have not changed. If you allow us to go forward with this IPA. The other thing is I just want to just recommend to council tonight that as we talk about this, I do think it's important. Myself and staff from finance work very closely with Schertz to go through and look at their cooperative agreement and how they worked to select Tyler. So I feel very comfortable that they had a judicious process there. So I would move to approve this interlocal purchase agreement with Schertz and the city of Cibolo, and to authorize our city manager to sign an agreement if council so will approve tonight. So I want to bring Eric up because I know there were some questions at the last meeting that if you have about Tyler, we can have some discussions about Tyler a little bit. He can provide some input. Thanks, Eric, for being here.
Hi, thank you, Chief. Greetings, Mayor and Council. I'm Eric Burrell with Tyler Technologies. really just here to support the chief and answer any questions that you guys have about our system and about how that will benefit the city. We're really excited to start this project and the partnership, expanding the partnership with the city and the police department.
Thank you very much for coming out, Eric. I really appreciate you driving down. I think you came from, what, the Dallas area?
I came from Lubbock, actually.
Lubbock, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I
Even
saw
longer
that
drive, even further drive.
We're based in Plano, but I'm
Okay.
actually out of the Lubbock
You live out of
office.
Lubbock. All right.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
thank you, Eric, for coming down tonight. And, it does make sense, the agreement, at least to an IT guy like myself. But we do have others on the council that did have some questions about the language, about the contract, which we're piggybacking on with shirts. And so I think that there were some questions that certain council members had surrounding the integration between the two cities. And so those council members that had questions about the contract language, now is your opportunity to ask those questions of Eric. And thank you very much for coming all the way from Lubbock, Texas, to be here to get this deal done with the city of Cibolo. TG, did you have any questions? I know last time you were pretty outspoken about the contract language.
Well, my understanding of the contract language that was submitted to us was about these forms and what was updatable and what was not. I don't know that that's, I mean, it was, because it was handed out last meeting and nobody knew what that was meant, I don't know that it's relevant to this particular piece, but I do have one question. What, maybe for the chief, what is, I guess Shirts is involved in this. What are some of the other neighbors use? Is everybody around us using Tyler Technologies, or what's Guadalupe County use for record management system?
365.
Yeah, they just recently used 365. They decided to use them. Obviously, they use Tyler for their jail management software system. But here's what I will tell you. I would challenge you to look at the agreement that we have in front of you with Tyler, if you will, when you see that contract, to find anyone that would meet the needs of the police department at the cost that we were able to get. With some of the vendors that we brought in, and I think I came before you and we talked to, we're talking about $250,000 or more, right? In some of the agreements that we talked to other vendors, they were willing to provide us with a law enforcement record management system, but with extrapolating, obviously, various modules that would just basically give us a limited system. With Tyler, we're able to get the entire platform, and obviously, the timing is right for us if the council so will agree with this, because Church is in the process.
Is Church using this right
No,
now?
and Eric can speak to that. They've agreed, obviously, a lot further down the line for us, but I'm not sure Eric could talk to where they are in their implementation process.
I can, yes, sir. So the plan with them is to go live in January. So they're in the middle of their process of configuration and analysis and all those things, and they'll be going live in January.
So Shirts is a future customer. They're engaged with you right now. You're onboarding them, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
They signed a contract in November, and I believe, as Chief alluded to at the last council, it's about a 12-month process.
Gotcha, okay, to
So
onboard.
they're in midstream
The
of that
implementation process, understood. And then so, I know we already share a dispatch system with the city of Shirts. When somebody calls 911, it goes to their dispatch. And so I think it makes sense to also share a police record management system if we're already, sharing the dispatch. It seems like we're already, exchanging them. We back each other up. We already, handle that through dispatch. So I think it would make a ton of sense to have our record management system cohabitated. Katie, do you have a question?
Yes, I think that a lot of the questions last time were regarding the forms and the usability for Cibolo. It seemed that Shirts would be the primary user, and they would determine what goes on those forms, and that Cibolo would be limited to use whatever they determined that we'd be able to use. So just if you can provide any clarity about that on what Cibolo would be able to do on our own, if for whatever reason our systems don't match up, would Cibolo be able to have its own version or a form created for Cibolo that can be used, or would it need to be tied directly with what Shirts is using?
Right. Yeah, those are great questions. So I'll kind of start broadly. The system is very highly configurable, and there will be immense opportunity for Shirts for Cibolo to configure your own system and your own reports and forms and layouts of screens, and all of those kind of things. So that it's really highly configurable, and it's meant to be in a multi-jurisdictional environment. So going back to your question a little bit, we're in all of Hays County. We have all of the agencies in that county that are on one system, and they all kind of play in the same sandbox together, right? So that one particular line that was in the quote really only had to do with our mobile field reporting forms that Chief was alluding to that are gathering the FBI required
standard forms.
information. And Schertz didn't contract us for any customizations on that, and really that statement is just saying that you guys wouldn't be able to make any changes on top of what they made because it might mess up their processes. So the rest of the system is really highly configurable.
I think it's important too to know, look, I've seen 4 or 5 record management systems. The rally they're different. Most of our workflows in law enforcement are the same. What I'm looking for is internal workflows. What helps us in how we're managing crime, where we can use their beat maps tailored to our geographical areas. How do we drill down in those things? Does this system allow us, which it currently doesn't, to interface with our property system, where my officer not having to do redundant work, where we can actually enter property one time and not have to go to another computer to enter into another platform? But when you get into law enforcement, this stuff doesn't change. The way we were doing reports that we were taking, most of those fields are very standard. They do not change over time. But absolutely, some of the customizable reports that we get in this for us, I've talked to Eric, I've talked to Eric's supervisors and some of their software people. We would be able to have customization in those areas. Internal reports, not FBI reports. They're not going to change. They won't change from us. They won't change from San Antonio.
No, thank you. That helps a lot.
Yep.
Well, why is it going to take 14 months? I mean, if they started theirs in November and they still haven't gone online, would our process be a whole 14 months also? Or because we are piggybacking off of them, it's going to make us it a lot quicker for us to get online? I mean, for that fact, if you're already in Hays County, and that's just 2 counties over. I mean, you got Guadalupe, Comal, Hays. I mean, why is it taking 14 months? I mean, I want something that, I want these officers out there right now doing what they need to be doing, which is patrolling, not having to come back here, write a report, and being in PD whenever the crime's out there.
Right. This is a great question. I do think it'll go faster for you guys because a lot of that groundwork will already be done as far as setting up state offense codes and, you know, configuring the system. Obviously, you guys will layer in your configuration and your officers and your local and municipal ordinances and those kind of things on top of the system. But a lot of the groundwork will already be there, and the provisioning of the IT environment. And, you know, those things take a little bit of time on the front end. So I do think it'll be faster. I don't have a specific timeline, but I think it'll definitely be faster than 14 months.
Chief, did you think we could get live by January? Is that what you were saying, or no?
No, I said it normally takes 12 months because that's what they take. So when we talked last meeting, I said these processes take about 12 months.
Right.
Look, I'm not going to speak to what Eric said because I think it is because they've started the standard work that they're doing. It's not going to change with Cibolo. It'll be the customizable work.
So we'll be
but
ahead
with
of the
these,
game.
we signed subject matter experts from Cibolo. Our police department will be married up with Tyler Technologies people and probably Schertz too to get in how far they are in the process so that we can start looking at what our workflows a lot. But some of the stuff that Eric is talking about is the standard work that goes in this, and all of your NIBRS codes and all that. We have those same codes; those won't change.
Councilman, hold on, Councilman Mahoney.
Eric, would you address the topic of data migration and those things that have to be done as a precursor to training officers? And you don't know this, I'm former law enforcement, went through this monstrous change like this at my agency up in Dallas County in 2001 or 2000. And there are steps it's hard for me to articulate why it took so long, but as Mr. Hicks was asking the question, I was going back through that in my mind and watching the IT people squirm around with normalization of data questions, the uniformity about location codes, all those IT things that have to happen first. And then there was some of us who were the trainers being trained to teach the rest of the PD. But the data migration thing that the records department folks had to go through first was crucial to having information we could rely on from older cases that happened a year, maybe 2 years, 3 years in the past. Maybe that's something that you could speak to a little bit.
Yes, sir.
I have confidence in all these things, and my colleagues are asking great questions that I think I could answer, and I really can't, but I want to assure them that I think we're in good hands. It's my opinion. But maybe your explanation is a lot better than mine would be.
I appreciate that question because this is one of the most complicated things that is part of a project, right? Bringing data over. And we've learned over time that not only does it complicate the project, it puts burden on staff, puts burden on our staff, it elongates the time frame of the project. So we actually now do something called a data archive. And Chief, we've talked extensively about this. Instead of migrating all of the old records from the old system, which are apples, to a new system that's oranges, totally different environments, and databases and those kind of things. We take the old database and we archive that data in the cloud, and we make it searchable, even searchable within our system. So if you want to look up a person and see kind of what their past cases are, you can see that in this data archive. But we do that without taking the project time and resources to actually move that data into the new database. So you'll have a clean database, but still have the ability to search your old records.
And that's the key. The old way of, I think that Councilman Mahoney talks about, that's what I went through, that's the hardest part. Because you didn't get a complete data dump. And then when you ran names, you got a different system that came back, and you were not getting information or getting, 2 or 3 different people that you were searching, which was the same person. The cloud-based system will allow that to exist there, while we now build out a whole new platform and database, which would be great, again, because we'd be sharing those same things with shirts, that I think will allow us to be even searchable with other agencies. So,
Just out of curiosity, do you use the Microsoft Azure, I guess the Amazon Cloud, or the Google Cloud?
We use Amazon Cloud, and
Okay.
it is it's Amazon Gov Cloud, which is a CGIS compliant Gov Cloud, which is important in the law enforcement space.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Randy?
Areas around Esqualupe County use y'all?
I don't believe so. I mean, not in the law enforcement side. I believe only maybe in their jail.
Did they ever use you?
I'm not. They may have. And one thing about Tyler, we have a tier 1 system, which will be the system that you guys are getting if you go forward with this. And then we have an older system that is maybe a tier 3 system, and that may be the system that they used. I'm not familiar personally, but just know that there are a couple of different Tyler systems out there.
Correct. Comal?
They do not currently use us.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. We do have about 40 agencies in the state of Texas, though.
Okay. Can I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve approval of an interlocal purchase agreement, IPA, between the City of Schertz, originating party, and the City of Cibolo, purchasing party, and authorize the city manager to execute the IPA.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hicks, a second by Councilman Mahoney. Please vote.
I can't still. Aye.
Okay, so with his voice vote, we have 5-1. Thank you, Eric, for coming out. We appreciate your time, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, we're gonna jump to item number 11, executive session. The City Council will convene an executive session as authorized by the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to deliberate and seek legal advice regarding the following. A, 545 Cibolo Drive property tax refund request. The time is now 9:13 p.m. We will convene an executive session. I got a quorum out here. All right, we're going to resume from executive session. It is 9:38 p.m. No action taken. We're going to move on to 9D, discussion action regarding the final plat of Steel Creek Subdivision Unit 6. Ms. Huerta.
Yes, Mayor, actually, we need to consider the preliminary plat that's on the consent agenda before we can consider the final plat.
Understood. No problem. We'll go back to item 6, consent agenda. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda. Item A, approval of the minutes from the regular city council meeting held on July 9th, approval of the minutes of the special council meeting held on July 9th, approval of the April 2024 check register pending final acceptance of the city's financial audit for the 23-24 fiscal, and D, approval of the April 24 revenue and expense report pending final acceptance of the city's financial audit for 23-24, and E, approval of the preliminary plat for Steel Creek Subdivision Unit 6. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve 6A through E.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote on your screens. Okay, no Randy. Yeah, just X out Randy, or
He's recused.
recuse, yeah, okay, all right. Okay, so 5-0. Approval. All right, we're gonna move on then to 9D, discussion action regarding the final plat of Steel Creek Subdivision Unit 6. Ms. Huerta.
Yes, the planning and zoning recommended denial by a 7-0 vote due to unresolved code issues, which have now been resolved. The owner is Continental Homes of Texas LP, represented by Becky Carroll of Pape Dawson Engineers. This is 51.879 acres, Council District 7, zoned SF6, high-density single-family residential, and it's proposed for 111 single-family residential lots, 5 open space lots. Sewer and water are provided by Cibolo and electricity by GVEC. This plat establishes Unit 6 of the Steel Creek subdivision. The plat initially included 114 single-family residential lots. However, that has been revised to 111 since the disapproval of a past variance request. The preliminary plat was approved earlier on the agenda. Drainage was reviewed and approved in May of 2018. Staff has reviewed the revised plat. Staff and the city engineer reviewed the plat and associated documents. Comments have been addressed. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this final plat.
I've got a question then. Because here it says staff recommendations. Staff is recommending denial of this final plat.
Was that for P&Z before it was finalized?
Hold on. Due to a lift station.
That has already been approved, reviewed, and approved.
So they do have a lift station?
Yes.
They have finished all the stuff.
So I think
Yes.
Mr. Foos should chime in on the lift station. Let's clarify, when the staff report was written, whether or not that comment had been reviewed and accepted by staff, and as of tonight, has that been accepted by staff?
That is correct. The lift station design had several items on there that did not meet our standards. So we sent the design back again, and that was in between the time that P&Z was looking at this, and it came up on this council agenda. So this past Friday, we checked off, and the engineers, Colliers, as well as city staff, checked off that the design of the future lift station at that location meets our expectations and our standards.
Okay, so This is the stuff we get, I'm just stating facts. This is the stuff that we get on Wednesday. That's why I had to clarify everything, because if y'all didn't get it until 2 days after, because I'm reading here what the staff report says.
Yes, sir.
Got it circled because I had written it down here, questions I wanted to ask. Okay.
Good, Joel? Okay, anyone else have any questions? Can I entertain a motion? Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve 9D.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilwoman Cunningham, a second by Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens. Please vote. Let's see, we have 4-1. Okay, approved. All right, we're moving on to 9E, discussion action regarding an extension of the expiration date of the final plat of Homestead subdivisions units 13 and 14. Ms. Huerta.
Yes, the owner is ILFNT LP, represented by Matt Matthews, located in Council District 5. It's planned unit development. The proposed use is 3,662 linear feet of public roadway. This plat is served for water by GV Sud and sewer by the City of Schertz. The Homestead subdivision is located on east of FM 1103 along Green Valley Road. It's located between both the City of Cibolo and the City of Schertz, zoned as a PUD. PIA and land study were approved in 2014. It's approximately between the two units, 11.764 acres, and establishes the public roadway, Homestead Parkway. The approved plat also includes the necessary easements and right-of-way for required drainage and utility improvements. City Council approved the final plat for Unit 13 and 14 on April 25th of last year. UDC Section 20.3.5H states expiration and extension of a final plat. If the final plat has been recorded within 2-year period, the final plat approval, unless extended, shall expire and the plat shall be null and void. This final plat is scheduled to expire on April 25th of 2025. Freehold Communities is requesting a 6-month extension on the approval of the final plat to October 25th, 2025. The applicant cites project delays and construction timing as reasons for their request in their letter of intent, which is attached to this staff report.
Mayor and council, if I could add, I think some of the project delays to clarify is that this particular phase would connect to a portion of the Green Valley Road. And I wish I had a map I could point to, but we all think of Green Valley Road heading due east off of FM 1103, but you go out far enough and it then turns due north and then it turns due east again. It's at that hard 90-degree turn that touches this property where there is a gap between the right-of-way of Green Valley Road as it's turning, as it goes north and then turns, and where their property is. There's a family that owns that gap and owns the land on the north side of Green Valley Road. We've been working with Commissioner Gurman and their engineering staff to have meetings with the family, but it has been taking a while, and I'm not saying anybody's delaying it, but until we can get the family to dedicate that gap to the county so that the road internal in this subdivision actually has a full connection to the right-of-way, we can't bring to you a final plat to approve. So the delay is because we're trying to work with this family, which has been cooperative, and we expect that they will dedicate to the county this little triangular gap so that the construction plans can be approved by the county. So I wanted to elaborate on some of the delays with this particular phase. And in advance of it just getting close to expiring, they wanted to ask for this, a 6-month extension a little bit earlier.
And just out of curiosity, will there be a road included that will traverse from Green Valley Road to I-35 that goes through the entirety of Homestead? I see some nodding back there, so if you don't mind.
Mayor, Council, thank you for considering this request. My name is Matt Matthews. I'm with Real Communities. We've constructed a portion of Homestead Parkway from I-35 to the roundabout that is the starting point of the Cibolo portion of Homestead Parkway.
Correct.
So that's been built and accepted. The reason for this, we got a little out of sequence. We extended some utilities from Green Valley Road from the south to the portion of Homestead Parkway that's built for some water lines that needed to be run. Hence, we got the final plat approved earlier, and as the city manager alluded to, we're working our first 2 units in Cibolo, CU1 and 2. CU1 is where this problem that he mentioned exists. So we're just really trying to tie the construction of Homestead Parkway through Cibolo in conjunction with the 2 units that we plan to bring on by the end of 25. So that's kind of what we're just trying to get a 6-month extension so we can kind of build all of this infrastructure at one time.
Understood. Okay. Well, thank you very much for that contribution to the city. It's definitely nice to have another north-south option for people to go from Green Valley to I-35, especially with the construction that's about to happen with 1103. Not that we want to divert a ton of people to drive through your neighborhood, but I think it's a
I
great
think that's
addition.
really where this subdivision wants to be marketed from anyway, from a single-family perspective,
Right.
quite frankly. So we're looking forward to getting that road built, but we just want to build all the infrastructure simultaneously if possible. So.
Understood. Yeah. From what I understand, Homestead is a quality development. So thank you for bringing this quality development to Cibolo.
I appreciate you saying that. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Go ahead, Joel.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question because, developers always come to us, ask us to do stuff. Luckily, we've gone and we've changed our process. But if the shoe was on the other foot and we needed an extension, would you be willing to give that extension? Answer it honestly, because I've got no problem with this, because the city manager explained the situation. But I had it written down all day long because I didn't know the whole situation. But we've had a couple of people come in and ask for extensions. But the question is, as a developer, if we were running behind or we were undermanned for some reason, would y'all give us an extension?
I want to make sure I understand the question, but I mean,
I'm just asking, if the shoe was on the other foot,
if we were
and we
making
needed an
investments into
extension,
something and counting on a city or other entity or another developer to meet a
you were
time
needing this
frame.
plat, you were needing this plat approved, and we were needing a couple more weeks or a month, would you have granted us that extension?
We work with cities all the time to try to come up with
most of y'all
equitable solutions, but.
No, I haven't had no problem with y'all. I haven't had
Okay.
no problem with y'all at all. I just had to ask the question.
Yeah, they're building quality
I know.
development here in Cibolo.
I just had to ask the question.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
I do. I'd like to make a motion to grant the 6-month extension to the expiration date of the final plat of Homestead Subdivision Units 13 and 14.
Second.
Okay, please vote. All right, you are approved 5-0.
Thanks, Council.
Thank you, sir.
Whoa, hey.
Okay, next up is F, discussion action on awarding a bid for Green Valley Road Low Water Crossing Improvement to D&D Contractors, Inc., Cibolo, Texas. Mr. Gomez, let's see, he's not here tonight. Tim, you handling this one?
Evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, I'm handling this. Julio is out serving our country. It's a 2-week summer camp with the Army, so he asked me if I would cover this. This is the making the improvements of the low water crossing there between Dean Road and Mr. Quick's property, where we always have the water running over the road, causes us to have to close the road, make it so that the school buses can't drive through there when the water's going over the road. This will put a set of box culverts under that road. It will not stop the road from flooding in the worst case scenarios, but it will make it so that in almost all other scenarios, the water will be going under the road instead of over the road, which is what we needed to do there. It requires building box culverts in there, plus repaving a whole section of roadway in there. When you look at your council communications, you'll notice there is two bids or two options to vote. Option A is without the add alternative bid, and option B is with the add alternative bid. Staff recommends using the add alternative bid, adding that project to it, and it's putting a concrete ribbon curb along the upstream side of the road so that we prevent erosion during the bigger rains when water is pushing against the new pavement. We don't have the water going underneath the roadway, saves the roadway.
So
I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'm sorry?
So option B would prevent there being the road
Option
flooded
B-
out, right?
Option B reduces the amount of roadway damage we would see in a major flood in that area.
Okay. Which with all the rain, we're having a wet summer right now. So with all the rain we've been seeing, I think it'd be helpful to have that expanded option.
Could I ask what a major flood is versus what we get now? I mean, the addition is not, I don't remember what it was right off the top of my head. I guess I'm asking, define the terms that you're talking in.
5 inches of rain in an hour, 5 inches of rain in 90 minutes, that's a major incident.
Yeah, which we've had probably recently, right? Maybe even this morning.
We had
When it
one of
started
those, if you
hitting
remember, it's about a
around
year and a
noon.
half ago when we were in the middle of doing Cibolo Valley Drive, and we had that rainstorm suddenly build right over top of us, and we got just short of 4 inches of rain in about 40 minutes.
So I'm not
That's a
asking-
major event.
I'm not asking you to be a weather historian, but over the last 10 years, how many times do you think this would happen?
How many times has the road closed over the last 10 years?
No, how many times would you need that $200,000 addition over the last 10 years?
It's $20,000.
I thought it was 20. That was,
20K.
I didn't feel like it was that consequential when I looked at it.
My question is,
The
how
reason-
is box culvert's gonna raise the road?
It's not going to go down.
The water's going to go under the road, Joel.
Oh.
Box culverts go under the road at the current level. The road will be raised about an inch or two total. We can't raise it any more than that without having an upstream impact. If we raise the road, it'll cause a damming effect. It'll increase the size of the floodplain in the area, pushing water towards the houses on Dean Road, which would be a negative effect.
So for 20
So
grand,
you're
is there a
trying to
reason?
tell me if you took off the asphalt that's there, laid the culverts there, and filled up, that's already box culverts, 3 foot?
4 foot.
In the ground.
We actually had our floodplain administrator run the numbers to make sure we didn't have any type of a rise in the flood waters above the roadway, which is critical to this project.
How many years of longevity would those curbs add to that new reconstruction?
They'll be in the ground 20, 30 years. It's not something that wears out. They're buried in the ground on the edge of the concrete. It's not a curb that's raised up. It's actually in the ground, and it stabilizes the edge of the pavement.
So I guess I'm still stuck on trying to understand why that's just not part of the road and why this is an addition to, I mean.
Why isn't it just included, right?
Right.
Like,
Why
why are we looking at it? Why not just throw us, that's the option?
It just seems odd. Like, if this happens quite frequently, why wouldn't we just make this part of the design? It just seems extra to make two different things, to make it look fancier. I don't get it.
Yeah, they should have just given us one option, including this. You know what I mean?
When the design of the road was finished,
I know, right?
when the road work design was completed, an OPCC was generated, an opinion of probable construction cost. It was right at the limit of our capacity to spend on this project.
Okay.
The project came in slightly under, which allows us to have the add alternate item on there for $20,000. If it was too high, we would have deleted it and said that we couldn't afford to pay for it.
Okay, so it was an internal
Yes, sir.
process. Okay, I got it.
So it's.
Okay, so we're gonna
That's not
dig-
actually helping me because then you're saying we were gonna do this road project depending on the cost, because we only set so much aside, but 20 grand is like, okay, I'm not saying 20 grand is not any money. Do not misunderstand my point. But if the project came in too high, then we would take out this feature that should preserve the asphalt longer and it's 20 grand to preserve the, I'm pretty baffled, actually, so I'm just gonna turn off my microphone. That's baffling.
Okay.
You put a $500,000 section of road in, and for 20 grand, you can preserve it for X number of years longer, and that's an add-on only because we had a lower bid than we expected. It just seems strange.
I guess my question, that's strange, is you've only got, what, 12, 18-inch pipes going under there right now, right?
I'm not exactly sure the size. I would
But
say.
you know the metal pipes that go under that road right now.
Yeah.
Tin horns, but they're not tin horns, but they're only yay big round. And you're going to dig down 4 foot. Swear it's still a level road.
Yes, sir.
What are we going to do on the other side of the road?
There's riprap going in there to protect it. It's already a pretty eroded away area there. It'll wind up lining up real well, and there's concrete that goes in there that protects that area.
Okay.
Was that Town Creek or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah, that's.
Okay. It's already designated as a.
I understand. I'm
creek
just
type
trying
thing.
to figure out, we're going to dig down 4 foot or a little bit more than 4 foot to put these culverts in.
Yep. It's to direct the water to there.
Well, that means you're either going to have to dig out part of on this side to make sure that it flows and it doesn't dam up and, okay.
Yeah. We have a motion?
I'd like to make the motion to approve,
9F?
yes, 9F. Well, actually, there's a motion here. I move to authorize city manager to execute a contract with D&D Contractors, Inc. for the base bid in the amount of $460,739.42 and add alternate number 1 in the amount of $20,235.84 for a total contract amount of $480,975.26.
Got a motion by Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens, a second by Councilwoman Cunningham. Please vote. We are approved 4-1. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Okay, no vote. All right, 4-1. Yay. All right, so we are going to.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Foose. All right, we're going to roll. Yeah, I know. We're going to roll way back to item number 7, staff update. Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will email this to you as well. So let me go back up. The regional job fair, as you have seen on our social media, is at Steele High School, July 25th. It is from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Steele High School. It's a regional job fair in partnership with Schertz, Seguin, and New Braunfels. The Cibolo Summer Nights, this is our final one, our August Cibolo Summer Nights, called Splash Bash. As many of you know why that's called that. Cool off with the last Cibolo Summer Nights event. Experience water activities that include a bubble machine, inflatable water games, and the Cibolo Fire Department spraying the field from one of the fire trucks. Bring your swimsuit, sunscreen, and lots of energy as we close out the summer. There are already 20 vendors for the event, and we do have 2 sponsors covering the cost of the inflatables. That is Grace Community Church, which is pitching in to provide some larger inflatables, and then Backyard Shenanigans, which has been a partner of every Cibolo Summer Night this year, and they provide medium-sized inflatables. And so we expect really big turnout. Just a note, our last Cibolo Summer Night, we had over 300 attendees. We're having higher attendance this year at the Cibolo Summer Night events, so we expect to exceed that 300 attendees at this Cibolo Summer Nights on August 2nd. No updates on requests for proposals, requests for bids, or requests for qualifications. Under the capital improvement program, I'll just touch on projects that are moving forward. The Deer Creek Drainage Project, Public Works has completed the review and approval of the design. Public Works will move forward with bidding this project, so expect to see that in the near future. Tolly Road, ongoing utility coordination, working with property owners on right of entry documents, land appraisers selected, and working on purchase order for approval for that consultant to move forward. On FM 1103, we're working with Westwood Engineering on some design and exception letters. The Town Creek Trail parking lot, as you all remember, the bids came in too high, so we have redesigned the project, and Public Works is reviewing an updated design at this time. Our intent is to go out to rebid. 78 water main extension and the Green Valley Road water main projects, we're working on contract documents for bidding of both of those projects. That's the end of my update, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. Anything from fire or police, animal services, any updates, or we agreed status quo? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. All right. Oh, you have a question, Mr. Hicks?
I mentioned the summer bash at the Commissioners Court this morning, but I'm glad that you pointed out the roads, Dean Road and Bolton. I know that I emailed you, but I want the rest of the council to understand. I noticed those, and I was going to bring it up tonight at this meeting. So I'm glad that somebody else had noticed it
Yes, sir.
prior to.
Yep.
Because they're bad.
Yes, sir.
And that's not the kind of work I would have expected out of the contractor. Both roads.
Right. We'll actually come back
Talking about
and give
the
council.
damages to Bolton and
No, I'm
Dean?
talking about you got cracks.
Yeah, I
big
know.
cracks
I've
down
reported
the-
some already on Dean, and
Right.
you did
Same
Bolton,
thing in
right?
Bolton.
Okay, yeah, they're on it.
I understand that.
It's under warranty.
Well, it's under warranty, but they've already laid the asphalt, and now they're working on Lower Seguin, so.
Right. And we'll give a more comprehensive update to council. But of course, I'm trying to send you emails to communicate when we notice something that we know you would find important. So we'll give you an update in the future on those two roads.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Thank you, Joel. Moving on to 8A, approval, disapproval of a resolution approving a substitute purchase and sale agreement to acquire the property addressed at 203 South Main, Cibolo, Texas, the Noble Group Event Center and related parking, providing for subsequent partitioning by an agreed partition action to declare general warranty deeds once divided, and provided by Texas Property Code, Chapter 23. George Hyde.
Thank you, Mayor. So when we agreed on offer price, and we have agreed with Mr. Donovan, Dr. Jackson, the financial issues are stuck. They're not changing. What the issue is that because the property has not yet been subdivided, there needs to be a survey done. Once the survey is complete, it needs to be replatted to separate the property we're acquiring from the other properties that are platted together in that single lot. That process will likely take 60 to 90 days. And Dr. Jackson has indicated that, or he shared our closing documents, that he's charged $464 a day in interest on his existing loan. And so that has approximately a little over $40,000 potentially of additional cost to our neighbor. And so he asked if there was any other means by which we could acquire the property quicker so that he could stop the interest bleeding. And Chapter 23 of the Property Code provides such a means. What you do is you acquire an undivided interest in the whole property. And then in that survey, we survey the properties out into separate lots. The replat occurs consistent with the survey. And then in the agreement, we've already agreed that the surveyed portion for the Noble Group Event Center is our partition, and the other two pieces will be his partition. We take what's called a friendly suit. It's an in re the property case where we've all agreed on everything. We take it up to the court, the district court blesses it, and we have warranty deeds. And so it's just a different mechanism. This partitioning process is typically used in estate circumstances where, say, a parent or parents have passed away and they have 3 kids, and so the property is undivided into the 3 kids. Then they would use this partition mechanism, how to split it up if they were going to split up the division of the property. So this is not something that really changes any cost to the city. There will be additional legal time by the city attorney's office,
but it saves one of your residents over $40,000. So we wanted to bring that up to the city council to see whether you would like us to use that method as a substitute to the traditional purchase and sale agreement.
Yeah, I think,
I've got no problem with
yeah, I mean, Joel, I think him paying $400+ per day,
I just want to make
is
a quick
a lot of
statement
money.
that I didn't make the last time that like you, we had conversations with Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
And Mr. Hetzel, we all had conversations with them. But with that being said, I want everybody to know that I did speak with him on not on this particular, but before. But I have no problem with this, being that it's going to cost him $40,000 extra, and he's just wanting to get out and do him. So with that, I'll make a motion.
Hold on real quick. Before you do, Joel, and I'm glad you brought that up, and thank you, Councilman Hicks, for acknowledging that you did speak with Donovan Jackson, and so did I. He's a friend of mine. I've known him for several years. He's been a good friend to Cibolo. He's always offered up his event center for our community events free of charge. He's been a great partner to the city and our community over the years. And I took his call, and I listened to him, and what he had to say about his agreement and negotiation and what he was dealing with as far as coming to a final agreement with the city of Cibolo. And so I'm always happy to talk with him and help him in any way I can. And so I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you, Joel, for that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I make a motion to approve of a resolution approving a substitute purchase as described by our attorney and sell agreement to acquire the property addressed at 203 South Main, Cibolo, Texas, the Noble Group Event Center, and related parking, providing for subsequential partitioning up by an agreement portioned action to declare general warranty deeds once divided as provided by Texas Property Code, Chapter 23.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilman Hicks, second by Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens. Please vote. We have unanimous, unanimous, not anonymous, unanimous
It's
consent.
getting late. I'm over here stumbling words.
All right, 5-0. Great job, everybody. All right. Approved. Well, yay, 5-0. Okay.
Aye.
All right. Moving on to, we're on the holiday schedule. Discussion action on the fiscal year 25 holiday schedule, brought to you by Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I keep getting that confused. I made the same mistake during our during our agenda review. I saw Ms. Sanchez.
There's two of us now.
Okay, I'm sorry. Welcome, Ms. Sanchez. I apologize.
That's okay. No, thank you. I do have a short presentation here. Mayor, Council, Veronica Sanchez, PPD Director. I have before you the fiscal year holidays schedule for your consideration. It is something that comes before you around this time, budget time every year. So an overview, the council has a sole discretion for setting the city's holiday schedule. City Council approved an official city holiday schedule with 12 recognized holidays and 2 floating holidays for fiscal year 2024. This slide shows you those recognized holidays in addition to the 2 floating holidays. It is what's being proposed for fiscal year 25. I do have to note, though, as I was preparing this presentation, I added City of Cibolo holidays to a survey that I brought with me, which consists of 29 cities. And out of those 29 cities, City of Cibolo was the only city that doesn't recognize Christmas Eve as a recognized holiday. So we did an internal survey of our city staff, and the results of that survey showed that 136 responses were collected. There was a 2-question survey, if they prefer to have Christmas Eve off instead of an existing holiday, and if they answered yes, which holiday would they exchange that for, Good Friday and President's Day? I'd like to note that the reason that Good Friday and President's Day were the ones that were suggested to replace is because those two holidays out of those 29 cities were the ones that are least recognized by those cities. So the results showed that 94 employees would prefer to have Christmas Eve off, and out of those that prefer that, they were willing to exchange President's Day for that. So in terms of your feedback and direction, obviously you have the option to approve the same holidays that we had in fiscal year 24, or you can also substitute the Christmas Eve holiday and in turn exchange President's Day.
Okay.
If you'd
Well, I'm all for the Christmas Eve holiday myself, but that's just my personal opinion. I'll turn it over to Councilman Hicks for your question.
I like what we have. We need to recognize our presidents. We need to recognize Good Friday. As far as Christmas Eve, they've got 2 floating holidays, and they get PTO. So if they really need to have Christmas Eve off, they can use one of those holidays to cover that. Can they not?
That is correct, they can.
Okay. And then, it's, you know, if they decide to use them at a different time, that they've got PTO that they could use to take off. I know if you use sick time, then you don't get the, I know how that works. I work for a city. But, you know, that's, I understand people want Christmas Eve off, and that's great, but Christmas Day is the day, just like, you know, they're not asking for New Year's Eve off also. I mean, they've got availability of 2 extra holidays that they could use, plus they've got PTO that they could use.
Why not just use their flex for President's Day, you know, and give them Christmas? You know what I mean? Like, why do we why do we consider President's Day more important than Christmas Eve?
Well, Christmas Day is Christmas Day, and
Here's my concern, which is what I was about to bring up, is that President's Day will stay a federal holiday, whether we change it or not. So are we then suggesting if we change out Christmas Eve for President's Day, or vice versa, whatever, we're gonna be at work on President's Day, the city will be here, this will be an official work day. So how much banking will we get done on that day? How many deposits will we be able to take to the bank? What kind of stuff will be there? None.
mail.
No mail will come in. I mean, it'll be a slow day at the city.
Christmas Eve is also a federal holiday.
Yep.
No, it's not.
I'm looking at it right now.
I've never heard that. That must be in the new federal calendar.
That must be new, because when I was in the military,
The
Christmas
bank is wide
was,
open on Christmas Eve.
yeah.
So,
The only
I
thing
take
that
that
I'd like, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Texas holiday. We're in
okay,
Texas.
so it's a Texas holiday,
Yes.
which is not a federal holiday.
We're in
I
Texas.
Googled, it was the first thing that popped up. It was Texas. It
You
knows
use
where I
Google,
am.
There's your problem.
No, I will say, I work for a city, and we do not have Good Friday or President's Day off. We get a different random holiday off because there's a big event that closes down the city.
Oh, Fiesta.
Yeah,
I know.
we get that day off. We also don't get Columbus Day off. There's several holidays, there's several federal holidays that are not taken off by everyone, or every municipality in the area.
No, that's fine. I just want to make sure that that will be pushed out, that the city will be full boat on President's
Yeah.
Day. Okay.
I think
because-
you're going to end up, just in general,
Well, then,
you're going to have more people who are looking for services on President's Day than they are on Christmas Eve.
Look, I'm just being clear. I just want everybody to be clear. I think that's wonderful, because you're right. Nobody's going to be down here on Christmas Eve. But Monday, the 17th of February, people will come down to the city because they'll be off, and they'll be able to come down and conduct city business. So I think it's a wonderful idea.
Let's hear a motion.
well,
I like to
But,
bring
oh,
up,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Did you have a question?
I'd just like to bring up, because one thing that came to my mind is President's Day and Good Friday, students, some students will be off. This will cause employees to have to work from home. It could be a distracted work from home, not entirely just completely focused. That was my only concern. I was thinking, well, what could be, a balance in this, with the Christmas Eve is probably do the Christmas Eve as a holiday using that one floating and then one of those two floating, and then having that additional just one floating. So you'd have a plethora of all these holidays plus Christmas Eve, and then they have that one additional floating holiday. So it still serves.
So you're saying to observe them both and then have just one floating instead of two floating?
That's exactly what I was gonna
That's a
add.
good idea. That's a real good idea. Okay.
For this time off.
No, I
That
like
way
it.
doesn't conflict with school schedules.
Okay.
And
So right now,
And
though,
that's exactly what I was gonna,
you
I'm glad
modified,
All right,
you
that's a good
modified the
compromise.
city's personnel policy to recognize 12 fixed holidays and have 2 floating holidays. So if you wanted to change that, we need to bring back the city's personnel policy, so you would change the number of fixed
It'll
holidays.
just be, they'll get 13 holidays, and whenever it falls, and
Yeah,
they'll
like
only have one floating holiday.
Well, why did we, it seems like in the last couple of years, we went to this floating thing. What was the, I can't remember what the.
Yes, so we did that, don't believe it was in my first budget cycle with you all, but it was in my second.
It was.
We observed 14 fixed holidays, which is more than other cities that we surveyed. And so it's a common practice to give floating holidays and give up some of those days in which a city is completely closed to its customers. So we went to the 12 holidays and 2 floating holidays.
So now we would be going to 13 with one floating. That's what we're asking. Okay. And so, I mean, I know my company does one floating day. I don't get 2, at my company. So you get 2? Lucky you.
At the end of the day, this is what council's just trying to balance holidays with days that we're open to our customers.
No, I
Yeah,
get that,
and-
and something else that needs to be, I mean, there, I asked, and I found out from TML, we don't have to give PTO, we don't have to give sick time. I mean, there's lots of stuff here. I mean, I guess holidays, just getting at the fact that we can go 13 and 1. I just don't, I hope the employees understand, you're getting 13 with one float, and that's it.
No, I'm sure they would.
What was the
one
results
thing
of the employee survey? Didn't y'all take a survey about this?
Yes.
Okay.
So the one thing that I wanted to add that might be beneficial is that I believe the point then was so that you could take your floating holiday on Christmas Eve. That has become a little bit difficult for smaller departments, maybe a department of 2. The city's still open, so somebody has to stay behind. So it's not that everybody can use their floating holiday that day. And then just based on the survey, because the want is more on Christmas Eve, there's more employees willing to work on President's Day than there would be on Christmas Eve. So
Makes perfect sense. All right. So we have about 8 minutes left, I think, Joel, or 9 minutes to get through one more action item. Can I entertain a motion on this, please?
I make a motion to approve the FY25 holiday schedule, moving and to have a policy brought back to council to approve 13 floating holiday,
13's fixed.
13
Recognize.
holidays, fixed holidays, one floating holiday, and including Christmas Eve as that 13th.
Okay.
thank you so much. I'll bring it back.
Got a motion by Councilman Hicks, a second by Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens. Please vote on your screens. All right. We are unanimous, 5-0 on this one. Okay. Then the last one we have action on is J, discussion action on Region 7, utilizing the City Council chamber on Friday, August 30th, 2024 for a region meeting. Councilman Hicks.
I bring this to y'all's attention since I'm Region 7 president. We're needing to have our annual meeting, and speaking with Peggy, the city, and Valerie, the city secretary's office, August 30th, that date is available. And I wanted to bring it to y'all's attention. I mean, we could possibly also use our new event center if need be, but because alcohol will be served, possibly Lineberger is
It's going
willing
to sponsor it,
sponsor
right? Yeah, that was my first choice, Joel, was to do it over at Noble if possible.
And that's what we're going to try and do. But
Yeah.
I need to get council's approval of us being able to hold the meeting either here at the council chambers or over at Noble Group.
Yep.
On August 30th, and invite y'all all, but wanting to get y'all's approval to be able to hold it.
Yeah, everybody that's an elected official in, Cibolo, Shirts, the whole region
Well,
is
the whole
eligible
region,
to come,
Region
right?
7.
So there could be, what, 40, 50 people?
Hopefully.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the use of a city facility on August 30th for the TML regional meeting.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilwoman Cunningham and a second by Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens. Please vote. Thanks, Joel. And thank you for doing that, for representing Region 7. Appreciate your work over there on the TMO side, Joel. Thank you, sir. All right. Next up is L, discussion on the hotel feasibility study for the property owned by the CEDC located on 78. Councilman Benson.
I just wanted to get an update on that. We got an email today that was an update on that. I guess that's going to be brought later in August, if I remember the email correctly. And looks like some work for the EDC to do based on the current recommendations. So I just wanted to get that back in front of us. It had been several months.
Yeah, since we heard an update, right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Benson. No action taken. All right, moving on to M, discussion from council members that have attended seminars, events, or meetings. We'll start with Councilman Hicks.
First, I went to a meeting with Congressman Cuellar over in Santa Clara. Mrs. Sanchez was there, spoke with him and several other leaders in the area, talked about grants and funds for the Santa Clara tributary. Also went over road projects. I asked about the railroad crossings along FM 78. He said that they're working on that to try and help us get the funding for that. Ms. Sanchez asked about the SAFER grant because here again, we've applied once again and we didn't get it. And he said he'd have to look into it because we know New Braunfels got it, but we told him we really need his help and us getting some help with that. He mentioned that the ports down at the border is going from 8 lanes to 18 lanes coming across, and also getting the equipment it needs to be able to scan for the illegal stuff coming across as well. And that took place last week. Also went to AAMPO last Friday. We had some amendments to the TIP, and for the FY 25-28, we approved them to move forward. This morning, I was at Guadalupe County Commissioners Court. Talked about a tiers. Seguin was presenting a tiers to the county. They were kind of unsure about how that worked, but Steve Parker did a real good job of expressing how that would work. They're looking at doing their downtown, turning it into tiers, like we've talked about here in ours. But and then a developer wanting to come in and ask for variances, and it was denied. So that is all I've got. I did mention the Cibolo Summer Nights. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Joel. Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens, any updates?
Yeah, no, other than just going to the event that the congressman was at and just expressing the growth of our city and the need for those safer grants and as to why we're being overlooked even though our growth rate has more than slightly doubled. And he was very receptive to that and working with his admin to take a look at maybe if we can show him what our application looks like side by side. They'd like to take a look at it just as well and see what they can do to help with the process just as well. So any chance I get, anytime I see the congressman or his assistant, chief, I want you to know that I'm always asking for those safer grants for our city.
Yeah, and so I know working with Congressman Coyer, I know him pretty well too, and he's always receptive and willing to help us. But I think with him, you just got to stay on it, and just keep following through and keep asking for updates. You know what I mean? So he's there to help you, but you just gotta keep going. Push through. So I think he'll definitely help us. But if you would, that'd be great. Thank you. Katie, do you have anything?
TG and I went to the SRO meeting with the district last week. We already kind of touched on that, but that went well. And then animal advisory was last night. The buildings have been delayed, which is I'm not happy about it. We put that in the budget for FY24, and now it's looking like the kennels will not be delivered or installed until January, which is solidly in FY25. So that's frustrating. They're over capacity. If anyone can foster an animal, please foster, even if it's just overnight or for a weekend. It helps to get them more adoptable. If they're stuck in a metal cage all day, even for a few days, that changes their behavior and their temperament. I still have 2 kittens. If anyone wants to adopt them.
Those are yours.
Yeah, they're still here. Adoptions this month are $25 thanks to the Bissell Pet Foundation. So that includes their shots, they're getting the animal fixed, their dewormer, all of that good stuff. So if you know anyone who can take on another animal, please, please, please let them know that our shelter is bursting at the seams.
Thank you, Katie. Councilman Mahoney, anything? Nope. TG? Nope. Okay. All right, we're going to move on to item N, discussion on items the city council would like to see on future agendas. We'll start with Benson.
Yeah, this has been a grueling summer. Some of it we volunteered for. Some of it has been, seems like we have a meeting or a thought to have a meeting every other week or every other minute. I'm not suggesting, Mayor, you don't have the right to do those. I am suggesting that important ones, and I don't think we're calling unimportant ones, but important ones like the one upcoming really need to be a little more forethought to them and have been planned better, because there's an opportunity that we're going to have people that are not going to be here to represent their constituents in tax discussions. And so I think in calling these in the future, we either need to set up a little bit more stringent policy or a way we can work these things. I know the charter is a little bit tough to work with, and I'm not saying do a charter review, but we need to come up with something, because there's a possibility of a couple of districts being completely disenfranchised of representation while we discuss the tax rates. And I don't think that's appropriate, and I think we need to figure out a way to accommodate these things and be looking forward ahead enough in schedules to say, hey, what's going on? Because, 5 months ago, if somebody had told me I was going to have a meeting and I could have made that work. A week before I'm supposed to leave, I can't, right? So I just think we need to get better at this. This budget has been a known for some time. This is not a surprise to anybody. And, I think we can do better than this.
Understood. Thank you. Councilman Mahoney, anything? Nope. Katie?
I would like to hear maybe from, I don't know if we need to have TxDOT come in or not, but the sound walls. I'm getting a lot of questions about the sound walls, where they're going to be located. The only thing that I have with any reference on where the sound walls for Phase 1 of 1103 are going, sorry, I didn't give much context. Phase 1 of 1103 from 35 to Steel, there was a map that was presented in like 2018 that had the sound wall location, and other than that, I don't have any kind of frame of reference of where the stoplights will be, where the sound walls will be, or anything like that. Joel and I also got weird letters over Christmas, farther back than that, if maybe. Yeah, saying that there would no longer be sound walls on 1103, and I'm assuming they meant phase 2, but that is also concerning because the public meeting that we had identified sound walls. So the neighborhoods that are from Steel to 78 have some concerns about that, and we need some clarification on that. So sound walls. The second one is a sign ordinance. We mentioned that earlier, but the sooner the better that we can bring that back and get that taken care of. Youth Council, the Youth Council application, I know Mr. Huggins sent that out to me and Norma, and I think, did you get it too? And Mahoney to review, to approve the application, but I'd also like to make sure that we get those kids scheduled for their interviews soon. So if we get that application approved this week, then we can get it up on the website and kind of figure out a timeline for when we can start collecting applications, when we can close them, and when we can bring them to council so that we can get that up and running.
Because
I'm
Peggy's
getting,
receiving a lot of calls.
yeah,
too.
I'm getting a lot of questions and calls too. Yeah, so I think the three of us can make a commitment to review that in the next couple days at latest, but getting that up and then getting them on the council agenda so that we can appoint them to that and get that committee up and running. And then the last one would be, and this isn't, I don't know if this would need to be on the agenda or not, or if it's just a comment. We get a lot of questions like the one tonight asking about the green space and who is responsible, who owns the green space that's in my neighborhood. The city used to mow it, blah, blah, blah. I think that there was a time that the city used to mow some of that green space just to be nice. We had the equipment, we had the staff, and now that we have older equipment, we don't have quite the amount of flexibility with our staff. It's falling more on the HOAs where it belongs. But making that clear, I know Mr. Foose had referenced a couple years ago that he had met with HOAs and sat down and showed them the map of who owns what, who's responsible for what, their drainage culverts, their detention ponds, easements, things like that. But I think if we could add a map like that to our GIS system, I'm not a map expert, but if we could put a map up there just highlighting HOA-owned properties and just have it like HOA-owned properties, HOA-maintained properties or something like that may help with some of those questions that we're getting, or at least we can point them in the right direction. I know I can go to the Guadalupe County property records and look up who owns the property, but that doesn't necessarily help me with who's supposed to maintain it. So those are my things.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Cunningham. Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens, anything? Nope. Hicks?
If I've got anything I can think of, I'll let her know.
I know you will. All right. Let's see. We'll go on down to Peggy's item, which is discussion action on the review and confirmation of all upcoming special meetings and workshops and scheduling the date, time, and place of additional special meetings or workshops. So I know we got 7:30.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I just want to point out that it's after the time on the agenda for adjournment.
Okay, we got to cut it. All right, so let's just jump to 13. Got a motion to adjourn. Seconded by Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens. All in favor? We are adjourned. Time is 10:35. Yeah, there was no action on that one, so you got off the hook, Peggy.